Hi, friends, and welcome to Talking with Famous People. Welcome to those of you who are currently at Flow State's live stream and decided to come over here. I think I saw Jeremiah Fix over there. He might decide to bail on that and come over here. You never know. If there had been a link up to join Flow State's stream right now, I probably would have joined it, but I didn't see one. Didn't want to bother asking. I figured you're probably winding down. Whereas I'm just winding up. Big difference. I got a decent amount of sleep last night, eventually, after some tossy turn. I'm very pleased to announce, however, that Let's Push Water is almost at 10,000 views. Because people love to push water. You know? What could be more fun than pushing water? So I'm really pleased with Let's Push Water. And I decided to, this morning, attempt to go with sort of what I think would be a Ruben approved title. Love, passion, or peace? I think it's peace, not passion. But I wonder if it might be a good FIFE question. Is love more about passion or peace? FI people might say passion. I think FE people might say peace. I doubt it would be a very strong correlation, but it occurred to me that might be how a different interpretation of things from FI and FE perspective. So really what I'm doing here this morning, besides just live streaming, is testing this title out. I think it's a pretty good title. I think it's a pretty good topic. Certainly it resonates universally with everybody. Hopefully it's a curiosity inducing thing. Um, like, oh, I wonder what he has to say about this or something. I don't know. We'll find out. Um, Unlike Flow State Stream, I kind of rely on people in the chat to prompt some conversation and thoughts and so forth. I my panel is you guys, you know. Hi Winston's mom. Hi man with the great machete. How are you doing this morning? I hope you're doing spectacularly well. Better than good, but not as good as perfect. That's how I hope you're doing right now. If you're doing perfect, then it's all downhill from here. So, I went to sleep on the later side last night. Thanks, Winston's mom. We just gotta get a couple things done before we start renting it. We'll probably have it ready to rent by the middle of March. That's my guess. Uh, we'll have to. I still need to call the septic people to fix the septic tank. But I called Delilah last night, telling her to divest into some liquidity. This is the first time we will actually have been divesting at all. I'm glad you're doing spectacularly well. I filled out that paperwork that I had to fill out on Tuesday. I filled it out. I sent it in. So it's we'll find out basically whether what comes in first: liquidity from divesting, or this I guess it's life insurance. I'm not sure what it is. It's something that my mom had that I am filling out paperwork to get money from. Um, because it's like I've got this weird life situation where, um, like even though we have plenty of money, I don't necessarily always have a lot of money in my checking account, and so oddly, I find myself waiting, waiting to make some calls to fix some things because I can't afford it right now, which is just is a real lack of foresight on my part. It's a terrible lack of foresight, but it's fine. I mean, we have plenty of money to get by right now or whatever, but it's a little frustrating because I want to just be like, bam, 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 let's get everything done. But there's always this, like delay step of, okay, we're going to have to transfer from this account to that account or whatever. So, anyway, so far, all I've really accomplished is, well, we have accomplished a couple things with the house. We got the electricity turned on. We got the internet put on, and next thing is the septic. The water's off currently over there. I think because the septic people turned it off. But regardless, the septic people will, I'm sure, be able to turn the water back on. I'm not even sure where the water turn on thing is. So I don't. Oh, okay, rainbow flag I get. I don't know what that other flag is. UM. I don't think Rachel's here right now, Caroline. She's asleep upstairs. She was sleeping good last night. She slept in bed with me in trouble till like, I don't know, 3 in the morning. I can tell when she's sleeping well because I can hear her snoring a little bit. Oh, oh yeah. That's good neck get. Mm. Oh yeah. Sometimes you just gotta get your neck. Oh, that's good neck get. No, she's asleep upstairs. It's difficult for us to sleep together all night. Mostly because of this horrible cat. This cat was so horrible last night again. As I try to sleep, and what he likes to do is like, I'm happily sleeping away, but then wherever he is, and he's fine. Like, okay, now trouble's in a good spot. I'm sleeping, and then I feel this cat come and like lie on my feet, so that now I can't move my feet anymore without. So I just go, at first I try to like, be accommodating to him, like let him be there. And finally, I'm just like, get the fuck off of me, God. I'm like, every time I get up to pee, he goes, he starts saying like, "You come and watch me eat right now." He doesn't need any meds. He's not hyper. He's just oppressive. Not a lack of calm that he has. It's just this incredible sense of entitlement and a lack of respect for my SI. ferrets. What's a farrier? I wonder. It seems like that's a word I'm familiar with, but I don't know what it means. Farrier. Maybe I'm wrong though. So, what do you think? Is if you had to choose one thing for your relationship, would you rather have it be a little more passionate and a little less peaceful, or a little more peaceful and a little less passionate? I say I'm an equivalent amount for both, you know? Ah, farrier is a person who trims horse hooves. Thank you, Caroline. I knew it was a word. I just, I thought, I wonder if it has something to do with ferrets. It doesn't have anything to do with ferrets, so. I guess I know that word from probably a long time ago, reading it in fantasy novels and stuff, but had forgotten what it meant. Because, you know, when I was a kid, I read a lot of Swords and Dragons books and stuff. And usually in Swords and Dragons books, they ride horses. I'm into Swords and Dragons books. Yeah, who else was my dad? He read Swords and Dragons books his entire life. He was still reading Swords and Dragons books when he was like 80 years old. When he was 84 years old, he was still reading those kind of fantasy books, as I would still read them if I read books anymore. At 84 years old, and rereading some of them. It was like he'd have an L.E. Modisette book out that he'd already read. Just goes to show you, personality doesn't change over time. I would have made a wonderful mechanic, Chud. Well, thanks, Steph's Artisan. I really love being called Chud, too. How did you know that's my preferred nickname? Chud. Chud is a good name for a boy. What was it? Oh, yeah. Jiggles Monroe, I think is a good name for a character. I was thinking that last night. Like, somebody should name a character Jiggles Monroe. And I was trying to remember. Yesterday in the oh yeah, as soon as I went over there with his mom. So yesterday I was supposed to wait at the new house from 12 to 4 for the internet guy to come. So I got in the Little Wilderness car. I got to the new house at like 11:59. The guy was already there. So I didn't have to wait at all. And in fact, you know, once he finished what he was doing out by the street and came up to the house, came inside, I said, "Would you need me here for anything else?" He's like, "No, just sign this paper." So I signed it, and then I just left. And then when I came back, it was all done. So that was nice. Jiggles Monroe. Jiggles Monroe and Giggles Galore. When they get married, she'd be Mrs. Giggles Jiggles Monroe Galore. It didn't work. I'm technically challenged. What didn't work? Oh, I see. Man with a great machete says that. Just call him TMWTGM. You just call him TGM, probably. Togman. We'll call you Togman from now on. You You don't know how to at people. It doesn't really work necessarily that well. At Caroline, hello. Can it get up, Jeff Tardison? The West has fallen and it can't get up. Well, what it probably needs is a medical bracelet. I think that's the best way to prevent the West from staying fallen down. I saw a YouTube video the other day entitled "Falling Down Was Propaganda." I remember that movie, Falling Down. I don't. I don't think Falling Down was making a statement in favor of sort of angry white men. I think it was critiquing that. Kiara, good morning and namaste. Or, as we like to say in America, namaste. Or just say, like WM for Winston's mom. But people usually put WM for Winston's mom. I gotta worry about that whole adding shit, Yeah, doing anything on your phone complicates things, of course. First of all, human fingers are not meant to type on so small a keyboard as a phone keyboard. Nobody's answered my. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put it as a poll, so I get some answers here. Which is more important to love? Or let's see, in matters of love. I'm going to change to harmony and passion. So, which is more important in matters of love, harmony or passion? It's a good question. Phone typing skill issue. Well, or she could just be over 30. Like my daughter is 25. She's got these lightning thumbs. You didn't even use your fingers. She's just like, and she just wrote Hamlet right there. That's a difficult question, Eric. Passion is exciting, but harmony is sustainable. In fact, Caroline's fingers never grew. They're the same size that they were when she was a newborn baby. She's got little teeny fingers. I think it's peace. I think it's harmony is much more important than passion. But then I think of passion as something that like emerges periodically as a biological drive. That can be excised with sex, right? Passion can be. And then you go back to harmony. I think that, yeah, passion ebbs and flows. What you really need is compatibility and harmony and peace, which allows passion to successfully rekindle and etc. Start valuing SE for some passion points. Fair enough, Elaine. It's true that I'm not hugely SE valuing. And I think Rachel would probably like it if I were more physical, like hugged more, like put my arm around her more or whatever. But I'm not very physical. So, I think, well, I know Rachel likes a fair amount of physical touch, like when we're just sitting there. Sometimes she'll say, "Oh, I want to rub your arm or something." Yeah. Well, okay, that's fine. You can always rub whatever, but um, I don't initiate a lot of that stuff. So, and then after a few days, I go like, "Am I like angry at Rachel or something?" Oh no, I'm horny. I see now. Well, we'll have to take care of that so we can get back to normal, where you're not thinking about sex. What is this? Why am I so annoyed by Rachel right now? Is this annoying something? Like, somebody needs to put this girl in her place. Oh, wait, no, that's not annoyance. I recognize this feeling. And I'm looking at her tits. Oh, okay. I'm horny. I forgot. No health tubes for you, everybody. You're not mature enough to see this. You are not mature enough to see these without being negatively influenced by me. So you cannot see them. If I let you watch me smoke, you'll start smoking. It's almost guaranteed. I wonder what's the opinion on that by people with SE fourth. Well, Elaine, I think Rachel would say peace. I think probably a lot of people who've been already in a few bad relationships, contentious relationships maybe, or kind of those love-hate relationships where everything's too big emotionally. If you've been in that kind of experience, then you will definitely choose harmony. You need both at different times, sure. It's true that you need both. So, one way to frame this question is, would you rather have a relationship that's a little bit more passionate but a little less harmonious, or a relationship that's a little bit more harmonious but a little bit less passionate? Imagine both of them uh, equally deserving of the label healthy relationship. I'd rather have one that's more harmonious and less passionate. But I don't really know what passion means, really. When I think of passionate, I think of people attached to their positions. Like somebody who's really married to the idea of communitarianism, like KE, being passionate and defending it because she's not being logical about it, right? That's what I think of passion as being. I think of passion as being mostly a negative thing. Like, I think of dispassionate as the necessary prerequisite for correctness, Dispassionate is like disinterested. I like whipped cream and nipples. Well, before you get the whipped cream out of it, you might as well. Oh, KE's here even. Hi, KE. I like finding emphasis on play. And hello, gals and guys, and everything in between. I was just talking about you. um, well, I mean, I'm not. It's fine. The thing is, when we were having that discussion, right? I was I was doing the calculus for both sides, but you were only doing the calculus for one side. That means either you're being passionate or just having fun, you know? I mean, it means that it's not dialectic that you're engaged in, it's rhetoric, right? Which is fine. We all engage in rhetoric sometimes. I'm not saying that, it's some sort of crime. But like the perfect example of how you were not dispassionate about it was your response to was your attempt to use my wrongness about the fifth pillar of jihad um, to negate stuff that wasn't justified without warrant, right? That's a perfect example of non-dispassionate rhetoric. Because my wrongness about that was not, none of my arguments were predicated on that. So trying to negate my arguments with that factual mistake of mine is an example of passion, right? Rather than dispassion. No, I'm not saying, no, what you did was say, you can't be right about this because you were wrong about that, even though that wasn't my warrant for this. No, Triple, I've watched you eat enough this morning, okay? Stop it. Oh my God. No. No. Just stop. I do get the urge to dance. When you need to do something with your body, try dancing. When you need to do something with your body, try dancing. My new song. I just wrote it. I don't want to spin around. Don't make me dizzy or something. Okay, well, I'm talking about a specific point you made at a specific juncture in the thing as an example of a lack of dispassion. And I'm correct in assessing it as such, okay? So just stop already. Well, I mean, you're right that if she doesn't really care about it at all and she was just being debatey, then that's not an example of passion. I don't think that was the case with this because I think this topic is a little triggery for Kay, and that's fine. We all have topics that are a little triggery for us, you know? So yeah, it's absolutely true. Fi polar K may not actually care about it at all, just be arguing for the sake of arguing. Very, very much possible. In which case, that would not be an example of passion. That would just be an example of being a fuck, you know. And I get it. I can be a fuck sometimes too. That's fine too. I'm not trying to condemn KE. I'm just trying to make a point about passion. I had nothing. This conversation is somehow segued into a conversation about yesterday's discussion with KE. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I was just trying to make a point that I don't have positive associations with the word passion because I have positive associations with the word dispassionate. I can't believe you got me watching you eat again, you fuck. That horrible cat. This cat is so horrible. It's unbelievable how horrible he is. But I love him so much too. Now look, this is, I just, like not just maybe 20 minutes before live stream, I sat here for a solid 10 minutes watching me until he was completely full. And then he went outside, comes back in, and demands it again. Ridiculous. So regardless of whatever we think of KE's arguing on that thing yesterday, whether or not that exemplifies passion or just fuckery, it doesn't matter, right? The point I'm making is that that for me it's a no-brainer because I don't think passion's a good thing. I think passion links to wrongness. Maybe KE is not a good example. I don't want to get bogged down in that, okay? I could come up with a different good example, like, some comments that Cone Man has left recently that are clearly indicating to me that he's completely attached to his notion that he's an INFJ, and any information about cognitive functions that challenges that, he dismisses as inadequately holistic. So the reason he dismisses it as inadequately holistic is because he's passionate about it, and he's only operating with NI as a objective epistemological function, as far as I can tell. In other words, he's probably TI polar. But I don't know that for sure, right? Regardless, what I do know for sure is that he's not taking a dispassionate approach towards my explanations at all, because his reasoning is goal oriented rather than precision oriented. What song are we dancing on? We're dancing to my new song, okay? Let me see if I remember how it goes. If you've got something to do with your body, let's start dancing. If you gotta do something now with your body, start dancing. That's the song we're dancing to, okay? Obviously. It's the hottest new club track. Everybody's bumping it in every club constantly. So, like, most of the time that you're engaged with your significant other, right? Like 95% of the time, you're not having sex. 99% of the time, maybe. I don't know. You're not having sex. And, like, I get the idea of sort of staring at somebody that you feel strongly about and having a lot of feelings or something. I witnessed Rachel actually displaying FI, periodically. A lot more than I recognize it in myself. It's kind of like, are you actually serious, or are you just reassuring me or something? I don't know. Because Rachel's always telling me how much she loves me and a bunch of other great, positive, affirming things. And, I think at least some of the time, it's because when she says that, she's feeling something strongly. Rather than just affirming a general status that we both ought to affirm and that's important to affirm, I think it represents that she's strongly feeling something in those moments. Whereas for me, when I say I love you or whatever, it's just reestablishing and reaffirming a status that's definitely true and that she shouldn't ever worry about or anything. But almost never is it prompted by me feeling any particular thing. It's like when I have strong feelings regarding Rachel, it's usually not a good thing. It's like jealousy or fear. Mostly jealousy, I guess, is really what it is, jealousy. When I have strong feelings about Rachel, it's jealousy. And it's like, I guess my whole approach to relationships my whole life has been the purpose of getting in a relationship is so that you don't have to feel things anymore, so that you don't have to deal with the wildly vacillating feelings of like meeting some new girl, maybe thinking that maybe something's going to happen. It's like I can't handle the emotional volatility of dating. I need statuses to be well defined. I remember reading this book. I think it was by what's his name? I'm not sure what his name is. I think a Jewish guy who, and it's about like Columbus, Ohio, or something. He's like a famous writer. Anyway, in the book, actually, maybe this was Kurt Vonnegut. Now that I think about it, I think I got the wrong book in mind. I think it was a Kurt Vonnegut book where uh, a guy from a fancy neighborhood ends up marrying a woman. She doesn't understand that he's not as rich or fancy as the neighborhood he comes from, and he doesn't understand that she doesn't understand that. And so, anyway, their marriage is not good. But the thing is, one thing that was said in that book was like the guy was saying, Kurt Vonnegut, I think it was saying about the guy um, that he believed the purpose of getting married was so that both people could finally relax and stop trying. I, I read this a long ass time ago. I still remember because I was like, exactly. That's so exactly right. Well, yeah, I think it's been that way for really all of my relationships, except maybe my daughter. Um, spending time with Delilah, just sitting there listening to her talk, watching her tell a story or something, or even on the phone, I do tend to feel this wave of, I guess it's FI, which is love or something. Um, and I do feel that periodically with Rachel too. Like I remember feeling that when I was looking through the window, watching her and her dad sing North American Scum at the wedding. I really felt like, oh, what a wonderful woman. What a wonderful woman. What does she want to do at her wedding? Most of all, is karaoke after the wedding. What does she want to sing first? North American Scum by LCD Sound System with her dad. How could you not love that? How could anybody not love that? And it's like, I loved the topicality of it too. We were being total North American scum. It was fantastic. With all these fancy wedding decorations and all this other, freaking, what did we have to eat? Prime rib or something? I think we had prime rib to eat for dinner. Very indulgent. I don't think that's being scum, really, but I get the idea of LCD Sound Systems commentary. So, yeah, anyway, I was not trying to revisit the argument with KE at all. It was just the most recent example I could think of somebody not being dispassionate about a topic, you know? And again, I won't even make that claim that she wasn't being dispassionate because that's just going to sidetrack us. So I retract that claim. Then you can see I get passionate sometimes too. Like when people are, like I got very passionate about COVID. So there was some retard who kept coming in. I don't remember his name. Just retard Mackenzie or something. No, I'm not talking about Mackenzie, the lady. I'm talking about somebody whose last name is Mackenzie. Anyway, he kept coming in and arguing that um, I got distracted by something in the chat here. Elaine, you're after my heart. Well, I'm after your body, says Luke Starling. And then he laughs until he cries. K.E. says, sorry you'd be disappointed. Don't body shame yourself, K.E. That's terrible. I'm sure he would not be disappointed. He wants your soul to. K.E. says, according to half the people here, she doesn't have one. Wow. You know what I would say in response to that, Luke Starling? Say, yeah, well, are you among those half of the people? I'm so sorry, but it's fake love. I don't gel her. I don't know why. The female ENTP there. Harlem does not like you, K.E. Just get over it. uh, it's yeah, I can't find. I haven't looked for it. I don't. I might be able to find a quote, but I do remember that the husband in this story was always banging into end tables, banging his shins into end tables and stuff that he had to get to make his wife happy. That might help you find it if you wanted to still look for it. Kay and Elaine fancy getting together for some wink fire dancing. Yeah, that's true. We're not meant to be liked by everyone. It's part of being human beings. I'm not sure why Hero Lamb likes me. You know, I'm very much like you, KE. The difference being that I'm talking and you're typing. Uh, I gotta say I'm I guess you could say impressed with Karma's pimp because I just the other day yesterday I listened to this song called like "Fuck You Karma's Pimp" or something basically. It's a song I made when I was mad at Karma's pimp one time for being wrong and I think his issue is that I'm not like showing sadness about it, which is a bit greedy on his part. I don't think he wants you to be sad. This is the first time I've heard him mention anything about not gelling with you at all. I think he's just saying what he feels, but I don't know. I gel with you fine. I like you, KE. You're the only other ENTP who's around here consistently. ENTPs don't normally hang out with other ENTPs. It's like, hey, stop trying to fill my ecosystem niche. I think that's how it plays out for people. It's like how the Blue Jays and the Squirrels will eat cutlets right next to each other. But like then if another blue jay comes right next to the blue jay will chase the other blue jay away. But it's fine sharing cutlets with a squirrel. Same with personality types. Like, ENTPs are great with sharing cutlets with everybody, but they want to be the cutlet provider usually. What in the world could you possibly want? Hello. Yes, Daddy loves you. Yes, he does. You know what else Daddy loves? The fact that he had a nice big poop right now. Yeah, he does love that. My butt was very full of poop, but now it's empty. My butt was filled with toxic poop, but now it's free. And my pungent ring piece cries in peace and glory. 'Cause the poop that filled my belly's an old story. Not a very clean poop. It's definitely a multi-wiper. What I would like to be able to remember, but I cannot remember, and I deleted the stream. Yesterday I had a stream that crashed kind of, and then didn't turn off. So it's like it still was going, but it was over. So and I could not figure out any way to end it. It was like stuck, right? Like some bug or whatever. The only way I could end it was delete that video. But then this morning I was remembering yesterday when I was making that video, I think it was that one, that I was making some jokes that Rachel was just dying over. And I wanted to revisit that because that makes me super happy. Like when I make a joke and Rachel laughs really hard, oh my God, that's my favorite thing ever. Because, I can't make Rachel laugh with bad jokes. She's got excellent sense of humor. She only laughs at funny things. But I cannot remember what it was that I said that made her laugh so much yesterday. And I can't look it up on the video because I had to delete it to end that stream. Well, congratulations, Eric. And great job, everyone, for helping me poop. Without you here, I don't know if I'd ever poop. You're not to figure out here on the negativity is one side. Yeah, I'm quite confident KE doesn't feel anything at all about your hair lamp. So, I think what I want to share with us now is this wonderful song that I made to shit on Karma's pimp. And Jeff Shaw. Okay, I do 2 shittings on in this 1 minute and 50-second long song. I shit on Karma's pimp and Jeff Shaw. I put a big piece of text in this too. It says here, okay, this is hashtag song justice, hashtag Karma's P, hashtag Jeff Shaw. Well, you guys did it with your incessant doubling down on wrongness. You, or my arbitrary whim, have left me no choice but to finalize matters. Once you've been dispatched in song form, there's no need to further back and forth, because the song instructs you learn it by heart and return to discuss things when you've internalized the lesson. It's holistic medicine for those suffering from hater syndrome. That's the text I put in this video. So this is how not to do a YouTube channel. One of your regular viewers makes you mad and you make a song telling him what a shit face he is. I'll link to it. I'm sick and tired of people leaving comments saying shit that makes me want to vomit. That's one of the lyrics from this song. Yeah, I deleted it because I was unable to end the stream. There was some sort of bug or whatever. It crashed, but it didn't end. And so then I closed the YouTube app on the phone, but it was still going, you know. Oh, he knows about it. It's super old. Oh, I was just talking about this song I made uh, to diss Karma's Pimp, and I was mad at him one time, like 2 years ago or something. I ran across it on the channel yesterday. I watched it. Thought it was pretty funny. Yeah, maybe YouTube had some kind of glitch. I mean, they seem to be doing things right now. Like, remember the other day when we couldn't see the bottom stuff on the video? They seem to be making some changes or whatever. And so, the only reason I'm sad about deleting that stream is because I would like to remember what it was I said that made Rachel laugh so hard. Well, here, Lamb, that's really an FI polar thing, not a anything. Um, like the other day, Lou paid me a nice compliment, and what did I do? I corrected her diction. I immediately regretted it. But, sometimes we just FI polar people, we don't get that other people are engaging with us on some kind of an emotional level that matters to them, you know? I mean, it's not like emotions don't matter to me. It's just I'm handicapped in that area. You know, it's like I default to assuming, I guess, that everybody is operating from a similar frame of mind. KE probably did the same thing, and we don't think about people having sort of emotional statuses that persist. Job and how YouTube. No, I'm not talking about that, KE. I'm talking about the fact that he said he asked you if we're cool and you joked about it. Okay? So that's what I mean in FI polar thing. If somebody asks like, hey, are we cool? It's probably a matter of emotional importance to them. And you're thinking like, well, of course, like here I am, you're just this guy I see in the chat. I don't have any feelings one way or the other, you know? That's probably what you're thinking, you know? Okay, well, that's another example of an FI polar kind of parsing, right? So here Lamb positioned it as him asking you if you and he were cool. And I'm sure that's how he feels that exchange went. You're saying, no, in part of that exchange, he asked me to apologize. He's probably not parsing out each sentence as informative on the other sentences in the way that you are. James Day. James Day is obsessed with pungent ring pieces. No. KE, I'm not the one who mentioned this. He said that. He said, and I will quote, I did try to smooth over and she made jokes about it. But I could have sworn he said something like, I asked her if we were cool and she made jokes about it. And then KE in textbook FI Polar says, there was no wrinkle to smooth. You were trying to soothe your feelings by making it seem like I did wrong, which, though unfortunate, I also want to encourage by apologizing insincerely. Yeah, I'm sure Karma Pimp has seen that song. I don't know what the hell she's talking about, to be honest, says Heroin. Oh, here it is. I tried to be like, are we cool? And she joked about it, so that's not cool. That's what he said. That's where it came from. It's not me bringing it up, okay? I didn't make that up out of nothing. Okay, well, that may be that may not be what happened, KE, but it's also the case that you said he never asked me if we were cool until you mentioned it, Eric. I didn't mention it, right? He said that. I was reading his thing. Okay, well, that's fine, but it's not the case that I'm the one who initiated that notion. He did. Right? So don't position it like I just made that shit up out of thin air. Okay, well, that's fine, KE. I'm not disputing any of those things. I am pointing out that today you said, right now, you said, no, he never asked me if we were cool until you mentioned it. But he's the one who mentioned it earlier in this stream. Okay, my memory is not involved here at all. I'm talking about what you just said earlier and how it's wrong to attribute that to me. I had never even heard about this dispute between you two until this morning. I had no idea there was anything going on at all. I didn't say you insulted me. You said I brought it up first, but he brought it up first. Difficult, Kate. Why are you being so difficult with me? Gosh. I'm not thinking everything you write is meant for me. I'm thinking that what I read that you said was It had my name in it, K.E. I'm not making communication so hard. Chaos fuel. Relationships happy from the heart. Oh yeah, what's winning our poll? Passion. Okay, you guys are wrong. Everyone's wrong about that. 32 votes. Wow, that's a lot of votes. I read it out loud. I'm not talking about any insult part. I'm talking about the fact that you said I mentioned "Are we cool" first, but he mentioned it first. Thanks, Mr. X. You are correct, Jack Liz. You are absolutely correct. And the people who said passion are what? They are WRONG. Wrong. Okay, Katie. All right. I guess we don't need to argue that much about one half of one of your sentences. I'll let it go, if you will. I know it's critically important to determine the status for everything, but we might be able to let this one go. I'll tell you this, one of the advantages of having an ENP in the chat is there's always plenty to argue about. The point is, because Hero mentioned it before me, it is not possible that you have not heard mention of it until I mentioned it, unless you didn't read Hero previous mention of it in this stream. Okay? I know that's not dropping it either, so I can see that point. I'm not dropping it, but do you see my point? You said you'd not heard of it until I mentioned it. But he mentioned it before me. So unless you didn't read his chat, that's not true. I know this didn't happen today. Here I am. I'm arguing with KE not about what happened between you and she, okay? Between you and her. I'm arguing with KE about her previous chat in this, in which she said she'd not heard about it until I mentioned it. But in fact, you had mentioned it before I mentioned it. That's my point. Sure, it's not a very important point. In fact, it's an incredibly unimportant point. But nevertheless, that is my point. And I think it's wonderful that we've had a chance to discuss that point so much this morning. I hope we're all learning a lot today. You know, that's one thing we can all agree about here at Talking to People. We've all got a lot of learning to do. So here I am. I'm curious. Have you ever felt that way about me? Because I'm sure there's been occasions when I've maybe been like that too. I like you. I think we're cool. I wouldn't. I will not ignore or not take seriously whatever emotional stuff is linked, even if it's a critique of my emotional deafness or whatever. Have there been occasions when I've violated your crossed some FI boundaries of yours, like Eric's not being cool, or you stayed away for a while? Wouldn't shock me if that were the case. I'm curious. Okay, just let it go. Stop arguing with him. It'd be fine to argue with me. Don't argue with him so much. Caroline doesn't want to argue with you. I'm your Huckleberry. I'm everyone's Huckleberry regarding that. If anyone wants to throw down, I'm always here. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. You're literally telling it to me now. But, he's still standing right there. So, like, here, Lamb's here, I'm here. You're like, yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to say the same thing to you, and therefore it's not provocative at all. No, it's still just as provocative. I am not a sociopath, and I am very sure, Katie, that you are also not a sociopath. I only ever did, to be honest, because of your love for canned food. I'm literally talking to you, Eric. No one but you likes canned food genuinely. I don't, well, I'm asking here, Lamb, if you've ever been sufficiently, like, turned off by my approach to stay away for a stretch of time, and then came back and said, like, oh, I guess he's all right after all. I'm just curious if that's ever happened. And as far as canned food goes, K.E., everybody likes canned food. Why? Because canned food doesn't go bad. You don't have to refrigerate it. It's already pre-cooked. You don't have to even heat it up. You just eat it straight out of the can. It's maximally convenient food. So that's why everybody loves it. Including you, okay? You love it most of all. You're deluding yourself. You're in denial, okay? Humans, we have a capacity to deceive ourselves. Right now, K.E., you're deceiving yourself about whether you like canned food. Really, you love it. But you're ashamed of it because probably from some issues from your past. I said that. I don't know if you guys remember, but there was a guy named Justin here who was like being super Bible thumpy Christian or whatever. And when I didn't agree with his Bible thumpiness necessarily, he says, it's okay. I know you've sustained damage from religious people before. Like, I know that when you were raised in a religious family and they didn't do God right, and that's why you turned away from God. I was like, no, you fuck. I was raised by atheists. You only really offend me with your BS ideas like natives were helpless savages. Okay. You know what? And I will tell you this here, Lamb. Your representation of that group has caused me to take more seriously my rhetoric a bit on that subject, because I will certainly concede that there were plenty of non-Western, non-industrial societies that were thriving, successful, had agriculture, built Mayan pyramids, shit like that, right? And well, it's true that rationalism, the Enlightenment slash industrialism, uh, gave the West, but not industrialism at that point, but gave the West kind of insurmountable advantage. It's also true that the Enlightenment happened after the majority of colonialism, or during some of it. But um, so I mean, I don't mean to denigrate the legitimacy of non pre-industrial cultures and the ingenuity of the humans that did what they did during those times. I've been watching this channel called Desert Drifter, and he goes and climbs up to these like cave houses that people built way back, that go way up on the ledge of this fucking sheer cliff or whatever, and it's crazy and impressive to think like, you know, these people were obviously facing a lot of threat, right? Because they basically built fortresses up on these cliffs and made it such that there's only one route to get to it. So they were easily defended, very defensible positions, right? But it's an incredibly inconvenient place to live. You have to lug water up and down every day. You know, they built granaries up in the cliffs so they'd harvest their meager crops because they were growing it in like southern Utah, which is not a good place to grow crops. Um, it's a real testimony to how ancient peoples were exactly the same as we are now. They were just as smart and ingenious as we are now. I guess really the most significant advantage that the West had that gave them primacy and caused the ultimate, you know, defeat of pre-industrial humanity was the written word, right? Books. Because with books, you can attain all the wisdom not only of your community, but of every community if you get enough books. So, somebody says they prefer uncanned food. Well, I've got a pro tip for you. Pour the food out of the can. Court of Thorns and Roses. What's Court of Thorns and Roses? Oh, it's a book. It's only cost efficient if you get the same value. Why do you think you don't get the same value in canned food? Because it's not as delicious or because of some other reason? Imagine how much smarter octopuses would be if they could pass down knowledge. The females die right after birth and they're still that intelligent without passing down knowledge and teaching. Right, without even an oral tradition. Elaine is so smart. Elaine, I want to say that as well. You are one of the smartest persons I've ever met. And, you know, I don't even think I've really met very many smart people, but you were definitely one. You were as smart as Smarty the Smarter. Is the car unlocked? Let's find out. Why are we going to find out, Eric? Because I finished that pack of cigarettes. There's another pack in the car. But I won't be able to get it out of the car unless the car is unlocked. There's the Talking with Famous People mobile. door froze. I mean, it's not that cold, really, right now. It's like 30, I think. But it got very cold last night. The door was frozen shut. K.E., I want you to do a little self-assessment. Are you also smart? Elaine studies well, she pretty. Elaine studies well, she knows how to keep her urges in. She knows how to keep her urges in? Elaine, is that true? Are you good at retaining urges? Would you agree with that assessment of you? Who here, we'll see. Let's find out, okay? I'm going to do a poll. Is Elaine good at retaining urges? Actually, I'm going to phrase it like this. Is K.E. right that Elaine retains urges well? All right. Is K.E. right that Elaine retains urges well? We'll find out. Mostly it is unnecessary additives that only mess with what was once good food. Well, what's wrong with the additives? What do you mean mostly unnecessary additives? So if I buy a can of, say, chili, like the kind of American chili, I mean. I don't know if other people have a problem with this word, like it creates a problem in Los Angeles. No, I'm not asking if you're smart, K.E. I'm asking if you're smart, okay? There's no doubt that you're smart, but are you smart? The thing is, obviously, what's in that can of chili? It's not mostly unnecessary additives. It's mostly chili. It's almost all chili. Even if it is nasty like dog food, it's still almost all chili. And almost no additives. Obviously, what we want to have in our food are plenty of preservatives. Why? Because then our food won't go bad. In fact, I believe there was a study done that showed that modern humans, because they consume so many preservatives, their bodies rot more slowly when they die. Pretty good. Because, K.E., that's what you said Elaine was. You said Elaine was smart. I will quote you, in fact. Okay? Copy. Once again, I have to quote K.E. to prove her wrong. If that's a quote, it's you. It's what you said right there. You're just K.E. Or K.W. let me remove that comment. I just call it the truth, TM. Have you trademarked the truth? Thank goodness. And that was that moment to realize that K.E. realized I may be smart, but now I'm wondering, am I really smart? Okay, yeah, well, that's why I removed that one, Elaine. That's why I removed it. Oh, hi, Cone Man. I think most INFJs are asleep. Well, Rachel is, but what's her name? Caroline's not. If she's still here, she's not asleep. And I agree with Mr. Fox here. We need octopuses to develop their own printing press. Octopi. You always wonder that. Right. I do too. Now I'm going to start wondering a lot. I'm smart, but am I smart? I think if you really get to the top level, you might attain SMURT. SMURT. I'm not smart, but I'm smart. Who's on the beach? Want some sun? I want some sun. No, you don't want any sun. Eric, how do I stop being a useless sack of shit who doesn't do anything? I'm afraid if Victor Jr. that you may be asking the wrong guy. As my constant availability on live streams may reveal to you, I also don't do anything. Um, you wouldn't feel like a useful sack of shit for not doing anything, probably, if you were independently wealthy, let's say. So, probably the problem is that you aren't empowered enough to be useless, and or that others around you are ontologically assaulting you on productivity grounds, and or you had sort of drilled into you productivity is an absolute value by your parents or something like that. One of those kind of things. Year of the Dragon, so kick ass time. Year of the Dragon is right, Cone Man 3. And what I would say is, I will repeat something that Rachel said to me. I learned from Rachel. I don't know for sure what you are, Cone Man. Obviously, I've offered to type you for free, but I won't and can't know what you are until I type you. Well, that might be fine at Vic's Jr. But if you're feeling like a useless sack of shit for not doing anything, you're probably feeling like your productivity you should engage in but aren't. So it depends what kind of productivity you think you should engage in. Do you feel like a useless sack of shit because you you aren't creating? You feel like artistic visions, impulses, but aren't executing them? Is it because you aren't making enough money or aren't making any money or whatever? Is it because you aren't cleaning up after yourself around the house? It's getting messy and you're mad at yourself about that? Like, I need more information about what kind of unproductivity makes you mad at yourself. What does that mean that most INFJs are asleep, come man? It means that more than 50% of INFJs are asleep right now. So I don't think that's true, but it could be. I mean, you've got less than a 50% chance of being asleep because you sleep less than 50% of the time. And given the whole world's amount of INFJs, therefore, it's definitely the case that less than 50% of them are asleep. You need goals. That's right, Elaine. G, goals. O, only goals. A, all goals. L, love goals. S, some more goals. Goals. I think INFJs suppress a lot due to trauma and fear of being hurt by FE, so they go slow. What do you think they suppress? I'm trying to work for a famous person. Anyone willing to connect me? I don't know any famous people. Dan the Lake. Gals are armadillos laying still. I oh, I see. That's your anagram for goals. Is that what it is? Anagram? Junior, have you been to a doctor lately and had your testosterone levels checked or estrogen levels? And listen to host Eric. He offers good advice, but mom's gonna mom. Thanks, Dan the Lake. Appreciate it. Yeah, this channel is called Talking with Famous People. It was originally intended to be an interview channel where I interview regular people, and so the name was intended to sort of say regular people can be famous too. But it didn't. The channel didn't turn out to be like that at all. Elaine says, when I don't have a goal, I feel so painfully restless. I start cleaning obsessively. This week was lethargy central. Well, it turned out, Dan the Lake, that it's very difficult to get regular people to let you interview them on camera. I thought everybody would be thrilled to be interviewed on camera because I would. But in fact, it was very difficult to find people who would let me interview them, even though I was just sort of asking them about their lives and their values and stuff like that. Anyway, the point is, as far as famousness people go, you are now a famous person, Dan the Lake, because you've engaged with me here in this live stream. That makes you a famous person. I've talked with you. And celebrities like George Clooney or something, they can't be famous people unless they come talk to me. They're just celebrities. My writing is going well. The book is wider than just typology. Well, good for you. Glad that it's going well. There's something weird about Z vibes, ZE vibes. What does that mean? You mean SE vibes or Z vibes? Are you talking like these? Now we interview you every day, Eric XD. Well, as you can see, sometimes I'm asking you questions too. Like I'm curious about Evicted Junior's, the specifics of Evicted Junior's productivity stuff. Like, because I identify with sort of self-loathing linking to a lack of productivity, although less so than I used to. So I asked him questions, but he hasn't answered me. Oh, Z is the. Okay, cool. Good to know. You're just talking like Z's. Would you like the bread? I should live in France. I was never affected by wintertime, but this winter is so brutal. Well, we're having I think, I would say a great winter here, especially this February. It's been very wet. We've had a lot of rain. And in California, we really like it when it rains. Like kind of everybody does. I like this winter a lot better than last winter, which may have been a little wetter than this winter overall in terms of uh, net precipitation, but had a lot more snow and less rain. This has been an extremely rainy February, so that's good. We can always use the extra water. Yeah, it's cool, huh, Acacia? Acacia is another Californian. She lives in Los Angeles, and she understands how weirdly fixated I think Californians are on weather and rain, and how happy we are when it rains, and how like this sort of dread as there gets to be longer stretches of no rain. California does not do a good job of um, retaining its water resources. So it's like it because of the friction I think between environmental political force and infrastructure political force. California just hasn't built enough reservoirs, dams, stuff like that, and as a consequence, water shortages are more of a problem. So, why are you saying blah blah? I'm just talking about rain. Here I am. Fuck. How much excitement do you expect me to provide you at all times? I can't be that entertaining constantly. I definitely think being INFJ female is far easier than male INFJ. Reason INFJ psychology more feminine than masculine. Um, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I wonder what the answer to my previous question is. Um, oh, there it is. I think INFJ suppress thoughts and fear voicing until triggered. They suppress their thoughts. Okay, well, let me give you an example, I think, of what you might call, what I think you might mean by thought suppression. So when I have a bad memory, say, of me failing as a son to my father or something towards the end of his life, or, failing to meet at least what I think my standards for what I should have done were, or something like that. I'll sometimes have a tendency to sort of wince and say, think about something else, think about something else. Is that what you mean by suppressing thoughts? I suppress historically feelings more than thoughts, I think. I think that's typical for INFJs. Uh, their sixth slot FI is unconscious, but the most conscious of the unconscious functions. Name a basketball player for an edit? Jeremy Lin. Me and Carlos bonded yesterday over love for metal. Join the group, Elaine. Yeah, Carlos was wrong about music yesterday. That's okay. People are wrong about all kinds of things. Okay, so let's find out how Elaine is. The answer is KE is right. Elaine does retain urge as well. Congratulations, KE. Congratulations, Elaine. You can take that one to the bank. Oh, so you mean not saying what you really believe out loud? Okay, well, I think that's not necessarily uncommon for INFJs. Uh, they're cautious, socially cautious, right? They want to make sure that whatever they say isn't interpreted in a bad way by the person who hears it. Yeah, I think that's pretty common. Holding one's tongue is the best way to put it too. Rachel certainly is a tongue holder. So why do you think that tongue holding occurs, Come in? I'm curious to hear your take on what makes you hold your tongue. Presumably, in every instance, it's concern that speaking will cause more problems than silence, right? But I'm curious as if you can get into the specifics of what causes that concern. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. This tapped into the Logos and Eros differences found in gender studies. Many say the book's quite simplistic. I've never read it, but I think it's a silly idea that we should try to understand women and men as fundamentally different in terms of their construction as a human being, because it's just wrong, right? Women and men are the same based on type. Like KE and I are the same. And whatever you want to say about women, women are like this, but men are like this. KE and I are like this, but she's a woman and I'm a man. Why is that? You know, whatever else you might say is going to be wrong because it's prioritizing some other understanding of humans than cognitive functions, so it's wrong. You know, that cognitive functions are the top level friend. You are not an ESFP, KE. Will you stop being difficult on this point, please? Women are tuned to think more with their emotions by and large. Well, even if that's generally true, it's only generally true because it would mean that women, a larger percentage of the population of women comprise feelers than is true for men. And so, even if you were to establish that's the case, that women are tuned to think with their emotions more, it's only misleading because it presumes that the happenstance statistical fact that more women are feelers links to their fact that they're women and it's universal to women or something, when really it's just incidental because it links to cognitive function demographic skews, you know? She's female, they're argumentative by nature. Females are not argumentative by nature either. We can stop with this whole women are like nah, men are like nah, okay? Your type is like your type. Other types are like their types. Acacia is like INFPs. KE is like ENTPs. Rachel's not argumentative at all. She wants nothing but harmony. Like typically in a logical argument, women will resort to an emotional conclusion to justify her means. I mean, is that what happens with KE? The point is, again, even if that's true in a majority of instances, it's doing a disservice to everybody because it's saying this happenstance and not relevant demographic skew that we can observe ought to inform our understanding of various individuals based on their gender. Your brother's an ISTJ and his emotional intelligence is terrible. Well, then he's definitely not an ISTJ. If what you mean instead of emotional intelligence is social grace, then okay. Elaine is a very careful thinker. KE is a very robust thinker. They're both chicks. So it's like, even if the point is, even if you're correct about this demographic skew, by generalizing it to, by misapplying it and saying, by misattributing the cause of it to gender, you're doing everybody a disservice. Because it's never the case that when you meet a woman, you can assume that she's going to behave as you think women are more likely to behave, because that's determined by your type, not your gender. So, meagity meow and meowgity mew. Example 1, Elaine. Careful, explain. Case in point. Of course, you still love him, Chris Robert. Chicks have all the bulbs. Oh, I'm used to it. I am used to it. We are different. I agree. Women and men are different. So, the class of people called women, they're, because I'm a straight man, they're the ones with the holes and the boobs, right? But the thing is, I can only interact with one of them underneath the frame of their holes and boobs. For every single other one of them, I have to treat them first and foremost like a human being and distinct individual, not like a member of some group. The only kind of group I can reliably link them to and understand them via is their cognitive function type. What's my view on gender? I think there are two sexes, male and female. I think that gender is more of a social construct that you can make claims on, like subjective claims on, like, well, today I feel like a woman, or whatever. Or I am a woman trapped in a man's body, so I'm going to get gender reassignment surgery or whatever. That stuff's all fine and dandy. I have no problem with any of that stuff. But it doesn't change the fact that people are one of two sexes fundamentally, as determined by our chromosomes. And most importantly, we need to always remember that there's risk anytime we're doing general group shit, unless we can establish that we will not ever be doing a disservice to any individual by understanding them according to that group label. The only way we can never do disservice to any individual by understanding them according to their group label is if we understand the group label as cognitive function type. So it's fair for me to feel like I know who you are, more or less, how you are, how you're going to respond to certain kinds of things, because I know you're an ENTP. That's fair because it's correct. If you understand cognitive functions correctly and don't overreach, etc., right? And understand it mechanically. So instead of saying, well, you're likely to want to debate with me a lot because you're an ENTP. That's not true necessarily, right? That's not a good use of cognitive function theory. You have to say that you're equivalently ideationally vigorous as I am, and whether or not you're combative with it depends on a variety of particular factors. Well, if you had the option, would you rather have all women running the government or all men running the government? I don't think it would make any difference at all. If you were to say, as long as we're asking that question, like you have to say, okay, well, the men are picked at random and the women are picked at random. I don't think it would make any difference at all. I think that what we discover is that government comprised entirely of women representatives is just as contentious and unable to be dispassionate as our current government. Do we see individuals like me in government? This is the kind of discourse that should govern. So much fear and hatred out there towards trans folk breaks my heart. Well, this is one thing I've pointed out many times. I have no idea. I cannot understand why people who have zero linkage whatsoever to trans stuff, in other words, they're not trans, they don't have a family member who's trans or whatever, they have no personal interest in the matter. Why do they feel so passionately about this stupid topic? So those people are doing what they want with their bodies. Why do you care so much? Say Jordan Peterson, who ridiculously described Elliot Page's surgery as a crime perpetrated by the surgeon. Like, what in the world is making that moron care so much? Maybe I'm projecting. Oh, you're projecting. Hey, Elaine's projecting today. KE is smart and Elaine's projecting. So Mr. Fox, Mr. Fox says, I think women are smarter on average, but men have the really stupid or really intelligent. I don't think that's really true either, but I couldn't care where people put their genitalia in private or how they dress, etc. Yeah, Eric, I would agree. People, especially since I know and love trans people, so imagine the impact on them directly, if that makes sense. No, I get it. That's why I've also said, like, even if you want to raise some particular argument about trans stuff that has some kind of technical legitimacy as an argument, why would you want to pile on to people who are already subject to an endless amount of ontological assault from a large amount of the world? It's like, can you please pick on somebody who deserves to be picked on, for fuck's sake? People cheat because they are cheaters. It rarely has much to do with their partner. Well, Ke, I actually we probably weren't here, but I had a discussion the other day about how there's actually like 4 or 5 different kinds of cheating. You got your serial cheaters; they'll cheat on everybody they're with. That's like my daughter's mother. She cheated on me, and she's cheated on everybody else since then too. Uh, then you got your cheat once but never do it again people like me. I cheated once when I was like 18 or something, never did it again. Learned my lesson, you know. Then you've got your cheat to end a relationship or at the very end of a relationship, you know, uh, probably subconsciously to end the relationship. That's horrible, but not quite as bad as, say, a serial cheater or anything. There's uh, reciprocated cheating. You just got cheated on, so you cheat on your partner. That's probably the least bad kind of cheating, right? Do I consider myself a feminist? Yeah, sure, of course. But I consider feminism just the advocacy that each individual should be treated as an individual human being and not be understood first through their gender. That's why I think you should look into Erica Anderson. She is trans and was a pioneer on the movement. She's the lead psychologist on study. She stepped down because she was worried that it was being pushed and encouraged on children. Well, right. So look, um, yeah, I wasn't disagreeing with you, Kay. I was just dovetailing off your introduction to the subject. That's the definition of feminism to begin with, Eric. So other people are wrong if they define it any other way. So you basically say feminism is defined as individualism. Okay, that's what I'm doing too. I'm basically saying that too. I think it should be, but it generally almost never is. So it's incorrect for us to say that that is the correct definition of it. It's not the most common definition of it. It's, you know, but I agree with you. It should be the correct definition of it. Booby holes. Booby holes. You mean my mouth? Those numbers being thrown about regret in the trans community are misleading. Not just individualism. Well, but my definition of it was I think every individual should be treated as a human being and an individual first, not according to their gender first. So that's individualism, right? Communitarianism says you must be treated as a member of, say, your community first, whatever that is. But patriarchy would say you must be treated as a woman first. Individualism says you must be treated as an individual first. I know you're married to your fucking shit ass communitarian ways, but get over it already. You're an individualist. You can't help it. You're an ENTP. And that's how we can understand all forms of groupism, right? It's like racism is the idea that you need to be understood by me through my understanding of your race first. Um, Ageism is I need to understand you through your age first. Partisanship. I need to understand whether you're correct about politics by first knowing whether you're Republican or Democrat. All these forms of groupism are terrible. Communitarianism. You must first be understood as a member of this community, not as an individual. It is the case that not all forms of groupism are equally bad. So, a lot of sexism is not misogyny, right? And sexism is probably the least bad kind of groupism. When somebody like Show Media is saying women are more emotional, a lot of women will agree with that stuff too. And um, and just because you're stating that position doesn't mean you actually treat people differently um, in ways that are bad. And it's also the case that it's not necessarily bad to treat men and women differently. So if I see an old woman struggling to carry something, I'm very much might go offer to help carry it. Much less likely if I see an old man, because I don't want to step on his ego toes at all. I don't want to run afoul of him thinking I don't think he's man enough or something, right? So it's not necessarily bad to treat men and women a little bit differently. So I would say sexism in that regard, as long as it's not misogyny, is the least toxic form of groupism there is, because that's predominant. Typology is the only purely non-toxic form of groupism. But and even then, that's only if you do it right. So so my point is, not all forms of groupism are equally bad, and not every manifestation of groupism is toxic. But the worse they are, the more they express as you are limited to my understanding of your label. So, like, Justin is being groupist when he comes in and tries to understand everybody according to whether or not they're Christian enough as he understands it, right? I can understand you by understanding whether you're Christian enough, how Christian you are, whether you're Hindu, etc. That's how I can understand you. I don't need to know anything more about you. And the thing is, almost nobody can walk the tricky line that I sometimes walk, which is I can critique, say, an ideology without being groupist. Most people can't really do that. So, um, so obviously it can be frustrating to see things so clearly, have the answer at hand, and be too far out ahead to make any difference. That's the situation I'm in right now. And I want to stress that until cognitive functions, I was just as unresolved about core issues as everybody else. I was just as confused as everybody else. I mean, that's not true. I was so vastly less confused than the vast majority of people, but I was still at a loss because I didn't have the answer yet. I was still groping for the right explanation to bring everything together, to tie everything together, to make everything, some kind of frame of reference that was informative about everything in a meaningful way. And, I was looking for the metaframe. I was convinced there existed no metaframe. That it was not possible. There was no way there was one, because if there was one, I would have encountered it by now. Having done so much literal, actual framework writing for cases and stuff, right? I spent years professionally working with framework conceptually. Okay, so I was convinced there was no metaframe. But there is one, and it's Jungian cognitive functions. I'm going to agree with Mr. Fox on this point, although I will point out that you're probably well served to direct your political energies elsewhere, but that, in my opinion, people not of their majority should not be permitted to get gender reassignment stuff. The job of regents is to preserve their agency until they're of their majority. And allowing things like elective surgeries that aren't compellingly responsive to something wrong with you, like a cleft lip or whatever. Elective surgeries and tattoos and other kind of permanent stuff like that should not be permitted for children under the age of 18, because it fails to preserve their agency for their majority. However, I would say you should direct your political energies elsewhere, because you're going to encounter the argument that there are some individual people out there, children included, who have very clear understandings of their own relationship with gender, and who additionally want to take advantage of this crucial moment of puberty to blah, 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 blah. I still land where I land on the argument, but I would say pick on somebody worth picking on. Okay? Well, so one thing that like INFJs and ENTPs have in common is a difficulty managing FI stuff, a big difficulty managing it. And so as a consequence, INFJs and ENTPs tend to both be very long-term relationship type people. They want all that emotional volatility of dating and sex and stuff to be settled into harmony, not passion. So INFJs and ENTPs are both very dispassionate types. Oh, I know. I get it, Mr. Fox. It's a legitimate political stance to have, and I think you're correct about it. But my point is, there are so many other things with society that are bad and wrong and need to be addressed, and are a problem of some significant quantity, that yes, you're correct, but let's be correct about other things. Yeah, it makes perfect sense for somebody who's FI tool coming in 3. Makes perfect sense for somebody who's FI tool. Talk about yourself. I'm passionately poisonous. Well, I mean, I think what you want, KE, is to be in a happy, healthy relationship where you don't have to engage in all this emotional volatility, right? I mean, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe because you're a woman, your FI plays that differently or something. I don't know. My daughter's doesn't seem to. The FI tool would be ESFP or ENFP, but I would say ESFP is vastly more likely in that instance. But you know, I get that you're very committed to being an INFJ, right? And so I'm not. I don't want to continually negate that at all, you know. But you keep saying things that are consistent with certain things that aren't consistent with other things, right? And I'm consistent across time. So if anybody else comes in and says meow 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 meow, I'll say, well, that links to meow 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 meow. I will say it then, and I'll say it now too. Well, comment three, it is possible that I might get you wrong, okay? But there are some other things that I will be able to determine that will be 100% certain, right? So, like, I might be able to eliminate early in the session extroverted intuition polar, in which case we can eliminate ISFP and ISTP. That's definitely not the case. Okay? So we can do some things like that. And I might, at the end of the session, say, I'm not really sure about you. I think you're this, and maybe you're this, and maybe you're this. That sometimes happens. Rarely, if ever, but maybe on occasion. Yeah, occasionally. I'll be very sure and then realize at some point later on, or talking to them some more, that actually, no, I'm wrong. You are a meow. But mostly that happens after I'm unsure. Um, Regardless, what you will get is the same thing that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, maybe thousands, I don't know how many people I've typed, um, have already gotten, right? You're going to get the exact same tests, and your responses will be compared fairly and objectively against the responses of previous respondents. So you can be assured that, unlike a C.S. Joseph typing, um, which just presumes this interaction approach is determinate and then and then just circularly validates itself, what you're going to get is both an explanation for why something links to meow and plenty of previous examples. And what we can say for sure in that instance is, since these patterns exist across time in large quantities, like there's a large group of people who've answered these kind of questions just like this. And they are distinct, very distinct from the other large groups of people who answer it in these other ways, right? So that we can say, okay, you're in this group of answers for these kinds of questions. My claim is that that links to this cognitive function. You might say it doesn't link to that cognitive function, but then in order for that to win the point, you'd have to have a preferable explanation. In other words, instead it links to meow cognitive function, or you'd have to um, say that it's an incidental skew in the data or something, which is not going to carry any weight as an argument. But I think, Coman, what you're really saying is you're afraid I'm going to get it wrong. Is you're afraid that I'm not going to tell you you're an INFJ, and I don't know. I'll have to see how the test goes. I guarantee you, I won't go into it biased, predetermined against anything. I will be open to every possible type, and I have been absolutely shocked when I typed people from the chat before at how wrong I was from dealing with them in the chat. I have learned and said many times I cannot type people successfully in the chat. But what I can do is correct people's wrong statements about a given type. Like if when you said ISTJ has bad emotional intelligence, I say, well, no. I mean, you might say they're not socially graceful, but they're very understand what's important to them, what's precious, etc. So I will correct statements like that. If you're making a lot of statements that say like INFJs are like this, and you're also saying I am an INFJ, and many, if not most, of the statements you're making that say INFJs are like this are wrong statements. It does make me doubt you're an INFJ, but I can see I cannot know your type until I type you. Yeah, CJ O'Connell is a great example. I was sure CJ O'Connell was going to be an EHP. When I typed him, he was an ISFJ. Same quadra, and it's understandable that I thought that because I was just dealing with his moments of extroversion, right? Same functions, and you know, he's a smart ISFJ. He does and talks about interesting things. You know, he's good at screwing around on the guitar. I think that probably over influenced my initial perceptions. I thought, oh, that seemed very NE style guitar. Are you sure you're not a sociologist instead of a sociopath, Katie? How old are you, Conman 3? Asks Show Media. Are you old enough to know better? 54. Cool. So Conman's almost the same age as me. I'm 52, but I'll be 53 very soon. Mr. Fox says, I can be very sociable, but it's mostly fake and I really just want to be alone. Um, that sounds like an IFJ. That's like, you could take that quote directly out of the INFJ handbook. If you add this, I can be very sociable, but it's mostly fake, and I really just want to be alone, but I definitely don't want to be left out. You need to add that too. Then it becomes classic INFJ statement. How can you come off a certain age in the chat? Unless you're talking about Roblox. Sometimes children come in here. I can tell that they're children if they start talking about Roblox. Lou agrees with my assessment of the INFJ's quote book. Guess your age, Mr. Fox? I'm gonna guess. Hmm. That's a good. Let's guess. I'm gonna put a poll up, okay, Mr. Fox. I want you to start saying more stuff so that we have more data to work with. How old is Mr. Fox? And I'm gonna put 20s, 30s, 40s, or 50s. Okay. Now you might be something else, but we'll find out. All right. How old is Mr. Fox? Okay, I'll actually do teen, 20s. Oh, no, let me delete that poll. Sorry. I accidentally pushed the wrong button. Okay. How old is Mr. Fox? Teens, 20s, 30s, or older? How old is Mr. Fox? Is he a teenager in his 20s, in his 30s, or is he older than that? 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s? I'm guessing he's in his 90s. Welcome in three. I will say that INFJs tend to not say that. and they are subject to being made unsure of their type, even when they're definitely INFJs. Lou, that's exactly. I said it before you typed it. I said it before you typed it. I've met a few INFJs who are certain about it, but they don't say that. They're not asserting it a lot, because they're very aware of how shit plays. That's it. That's the number one thing that INFJs get is how shit plays, and in particular, how to not make mistakes in how shit plays. And you can kind of see it in Lou when the other day she gave me a compliment. I corrected her diction. And instead of being like, don't be a dick, Eric, she's like, I guess I didn't convey that very well. That must have been misunderstood I must have not made I must have explained myself in a way that was misunderstood by you. No, it was just me being a dick, and I'm very sorry. Yeah, Rachel sometimes is unsure. She can be made unsure by anything. Like, she'll read on some forum someplace that Rachel, host Eric's wife, is an ESFJ from some hater who's trying to shit on me, ultimately. And she'll go like, do you think I might be an ESFJ? No, Rachel. Obviously you're not an ESFJ. You got like such shitty SI. Well, I mean, what I'm saying come in 3 is not whether you can read people well or type them well or whatever. Okay, come in 3. You need to understand how. I have forgiven myself for that, Katie. It's just when I like examples that are informative. So I'll use examples that I find informative. In this instance, that example is informative. It comes to mind because it's recent. I take pride in reading people. That's why I like poker. Well, it is true that INFJs can read people well, but I would say that the question I asked is more informative, which is about knowing how things are going to play, right? How that's not going to play well is something that an INFJ knows, but maybe doesn't say to you. Okay, Maddie and Muhammad, I'm not keeping Palestine locked up, so you're going to have to tell Israel to do that. Yes, I support the Palestinians in the Israeli Palestinian conflict, obviously, because Israel has no legitimate justifications for their years of apartheid. Question: I have a propensity to use metaphors or images to describe complex ideas I can't describe in concrete words. Well, it's being analogical, okay? ENTPs are analogical. We explain things with analogies. We understand things through analogies. So if you're trying to explain, you might be like, it's like a tree sprouting branches with things on the end or whatever. That's analogical. No, my explanation is an explanation, Command 3. Yours is just an attribution without explanation. What if when you reach 10,000 subscribers, you offer free typing sessions on a panel? Well, it would have to be for more than an hour. I could live stream a bunch of typing sessions. Maddie and Muhammad, you don't even need that argument. You just point out the fact that it's an obvious rights violation, and there's no just way to maintain a population of second class citizens under your thumb. sorry, and that, well, maybe it's not justified by the Palestinians to do meow meow. You can't hold them accountable for that, Israel, unless you let them be their own country first. Then you can hold them accountable. Yeah, well, we keep track of shit. Sure. We keep track of lots of stuff. It doesn't matter, Jeremiah Fix. That's you're getting out of the order of questions. We answer legitimacy questions first. We don't worry about utility until after the legitimacy questions are dealt with. It's illegitimate for Israel to maintain this apartheid state for the Palestinians. So we don't worry about any other utility questions until that legitimacy problem is fixed. For fuck's sake. Well, look, I'm not saying get rid of Israel either, Mahdi Muhammad, okay? That's not realistic. KE meaning that what he is saying expansive but not very realistic. Well, if he's arguing in favor of getting rid of Israel, that's I'm not in favor of that at all, okay? So you can stop with any kind of those stupid arguments, Mahdi and Muhammad. We are not going to argue in favor of getting rid of Israel. We are going to argue that Israel needs to uphold its duty to human rights. Of course, I condemn Israel for their behavior. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. But what you need to understand is that condemning Israel for their behavior is not the same thing as advocating in favor of regime change and getting rid of Israel. How old is Mr. Fox? Well, let's see how that poll is doing. Like, I only get mad when people say stupid ass shit, okay? So the majority of people say he's older than 30. Mr. Fox, can you tell us the answer to the question now? How old are you? Or if he's left, if he's not here anymore, I'm gonna be so mad because we'll have this poll question and never. Okay, that's fine. Great then, Mahdi and Muhammad. I wasn't sure if you had or not. That's why I said if you did. Okay, so great. We're on the same page there. Mr. Fox is 34, same age as Caroline. The answer is 34. So if you put the 30s, you were right. In some ways, yeah, Israel is behaving like the Nazis did to the Jews in Germany. In some sense, yeah. It's not completely incorrect to say that. And they're not obviously as extreme as that, but you cheated, Acacia. You cheated. Cheater. Okay, I'm glad you were here. So I would have been very disappointed if we didn't get the answer to the question after musing about it so much. I mean, it's not as bad as what the Nazis did, but it's in the same school of thought, right? And they've gone nuts. They've turned it into um, it's become just we hate the Palestinians and we need to make them suffer. That's what it's become now. Oh, okay. First you said 29, but during the poll you said 30s. I see. Okay. Eric doesn't know yet, but I plan to ask for a typing next weekend. Cool. The film is based on the 1970s children's novel by Roald Dahl, who also wrote, I believe, James and the Giant Peach, which was one of my favorite books as a kid. I lean pro-Israel, but both are in the wrong. Well, no, Israel, the Palestinians, look, it is the case that you can say the Palestinians are not justified in doing meow, 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 meow. That's fine. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. However, you're not respecting the order of questions. The first question at hand is, um, can we even legitimately critique the Palestinians when they're not afforded the agency of being their own country? So how can we hold them accountable for as we would a country? The first thing in the order of business is to eliminate this apartheid state that Israel is maintaining. Any other questions of justice need to be put off until that one is resolved. Matilda, I liked that movie. I don't really remember it at all, but I remember seeing when it came out. We were Charlie in the Chocolate Factory too. Cool. Which will never be resolved. What will never be resolved? Oh, you mean the Israel-Palestinian thing? Carlos Paiva says, I saw some propagandists that went to Israeli TV saying they shouldn't care about killing children because Hitler was once a child. That's some very poor argumentation. Terrible. Is this how it feels when people talk about a subject you're not interested in debating because it makes you kind of angry, so you're tuning it out? Yeah, well, it's like I don't want to debate the trans subject. I don't really want to debate Israel Palestine because, well, for different reasons. The trans thing because while you can find specific issues that are in dispute and worth debating, like gender reassignment surgery for people under 18 and or transgender people in sports. Those are two possible resolutions you could argue. I don't like to argue that because it's like just leave trans people alone. It's just stop already. Yeah, I get it. We shouldn't let trans people be in the sport of their gender, but instead of their sex, they have to be in their sex sport. But it's not really a big enough problem to get all upset about. And I think it's just sort of like a stand-in for wokeness for a lot of people who don't like wokeness, and so they find spots of wokeness where they can attack. Well, wokeness is whatever it is, but when we remember that everyone's an individual human being, we're better off. And we remember that some human beings have it a lot harder in life than others. Keep in mind, it's like the other thing I hate to argue about is like obesity and stuff. Just enough. Don't you think fat people have it hard enough already? They're have a tough time of it. I don't really want to argue about Israel Palestine though because it's different, right? Like it's because it's clear cut and there's no possible good justifications for the Israeli position. So there's no reason to argue about it. We should all agree. Anybody who's trying to side with Israel in this matter is just not being intellectually honest. They're just consumed by their own passion. At least KE, I think you'll agree that while the Palestine-Israel thing may be triggering, at least I'm correct about it, right? It would be more triggering if I were incorrect about it, I'm sure. An all-black cast of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory on BET. Well, I mean, Israel's a nuclear superpower, essentially. It's not like America can do anything to stop them. We can just say, hey, knock it off, you fucks. But we don't even bother doing that. Yeah, Israel's got too much power in American politics, but you know who has too much power in American politics that people don't talk about very much is China. China has way too much influence on America's politics, and nobody even talks about it. People think about like Russia interfering with the elections and whatever, but China's a fucking nightmare. Why is it that American presidents don't call Taiwan Taiwan? You know, well, sometimes they do. I mean, why doesn't America formally know it as Taiwan, but instead it's Chinese Taipei? Because of Chinese influence in American politics. Israel is the fourth or fifth most armed nation. Vetoing resolutions for what? I believe what you're saying here, but I'm not sure what you're talking about. They were even running that blackmail thing with Jeffrey Epstein. Who was? Israel? Well, to be honest, I'm a lot less worried about Israeli influence in American politics than I am about Chinese influence in American politics. Because while Israel, if we remove the Israel-Palestinian thing from this equation, Israel's a reliable ally. Roger Waters, you mean like from Pink Floyd? Is that who it was? Yeah, right. Do I like him? No, I don't know anything about him really. I know his music's bad, but I mean he's not terrible. I was rumored that Jeffrey was funded by Mossad. Okay, well, Carlos Paiva, I disagree with you on that regarding the U.S. and Israel, but I understand why you have that position. I get that international cloak and dagger shit, corruption, etc., is a big problem. Justin's here. Yeah, right, Coman 3. I do. I have extremely narrow music taste. I only like the very best shit. Okay, fine, Carlos, fine. This is why I don't want to argue about this, right? No, I didn't get dissed at all. He's completely right. Cone Man is completely right. I have extremely narrow music taste. I only like the very best shit, and I refuse to like things that aren't good, aren't incredibly good. I don't know who we is. Okay, fine. Carlos, fine. I don't like Doja Cat. Do you think the U.S. blew up the pipeline in Russia? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't speculate very much about stuff that's. There's no Doja Cat in my playlist. No, there's not. There's zero Doja Cat in my playlist. I talked about Justin being an example of groupism expressed as religion. Because I was saying how every groupism can be understood through this formula. I refuse to treat you as an individual first, but will determine and evaluate you against your group label that I care about first. So for Justin, it's whether you're a Christian or not. For like a misogynist, it's whether you're a woman or not. For a racist, it's what race you are. For an ageist, it's how old you are. For an ableist, it's whether you're disabled or not. Whether for a homophobe, it's whether you're gay or not. For a partisan, it's whether you're Democrat or Republican. So I invoked him as an example of somebody who's groupist on religious grounds. Oh, Justin. I mean, come on, man. Oh, come on, man. I didn't know I was going to have to read the sentence today. Any notion from anybody, any sentence like this today. I like Genesis. Do you like Phil Collins too? For goodness sakes. Can you feel it coming in the air tonight, come in? Can you? Can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Why are you crying? Because Cone Man likes Genesis. That's why I'm crying. Please don't like Genesis, Cone Man. Carlos Paella thinks Johnny's bad. Well, it just goes to show you, no accounting for taste. Yeah, I know. Crazy, huh? I do genuinely think my musical taste is superior to everyone else's. It's true. But, you know, if someone were to point me to a better playlist than Chappie Tracks, I'd be willing to concede, okay, this guy's got better taste than I do. I'm not irritated, Justin. I was answering Winston's mom's question. How did your name come up earlier? Or in what context did your name come up earlier? I just used you as an example because you're recent examples when I was trying to illustrate. Do you know Django Reinhardt? Is he a jazz guy? You got 6,000 CDs. I'm sorry to hear that. There are very few albums worth listening to. Mostly you got to put together a playlist of good tracks, you know? Jazz guitarist, yeah. So that's the wonderful thing about the internet is that you can liberate yourself from the shackles of albums, right? You can put together a playlist of only the very best tracks from all genres, from all artists. It's 60,000. No, it says 6,000, not 60,000. 6. Show me 60,000 would be a lot of CDs. 6,000 is, man, I can imagine that happening. 6,000. 60,000, that's too many CDs for anybody to want to accumulate. I kind of wish I had a turntable and vinyl and a good stereo system and stuff. If I had that, I would probably I could put together 100 LPs probably that are worth having. A good old band is King Crimson. You know, I don't really know what King Crimson sounds like. I'm not well versed in their catalog at all. Let me listen to a King Crimson song quickly and tell you whether they're good or not. Won't take me long. All right, do you have a specific King Crimson song you want to recommend I listen to? XXI Century Schizoid Man? Okay. All right, here we go. We're going to listen to, I'm going to mute briefly so I don't get copyright stuff. Dude, that's prog rock. That's horrible prog rock. Oh, God. Yeah, I muted because I wanted to listen to King Crimson so I could inform Carlos Paiva whether he was right or not about them being good. He's not. It's horrible prog rock. A Texas judge will hear arguments Thursday to determine whether the state's Crown Act, a law that prohibits discrimination based on natural hair and hairstyles, also applies to school dress codes. There's a law that prohibits discrimination on hairstyle. I don't even know you. KE won't marry you, show media, because, as she points out, she doesn't even know you. The trial could bring a conclusion to a month-long legal battle between the Barbers Hill Independent School District and Darrell, Georgia, Houston area teen. Bro, listen to Wonderful Wonder by Nathaniel Bassey. Okay, I will listen to it. I'll tell you whether it's good or not. All right, we're going to listen to this, and I'm going to tell you whether it's good. Well, it's not terrible, but it's like boring worship music, you know. Yeah, I like rap. Thank you for diagnosing the issue correctly, Eric. You're welcome, Katie. I respect people with music taste because I don't think I'm the barometer of great songs. I just know what I like and like less. I like telling people that their food is gross. I mean, I might not like it, but who cares if you enjoy it? Exactly. I don't care if you enjoy this music. This is bad, everybody. You can enjoy whatever bad music you want. I am not suggesting you try to enjoy music that you don't enjoy. I'm just informing you that you enjoy bad music. And sure, maybe it would be nicer of me to not inform you of that. I get it. Ignorance is bliss. And nobody responds well to me telling everybody that I know what's good, and if they disagree, then they're wrong. Nobody likes it when I say that. Road to Nowhere by Talking Heads. It's a good song. I like that. That's one of my oldest songs, okay? Right there. Rapping Eric. I like that song, Nookie by Limp Bizkit. But you know what else I like? Rapping Eric by Eric.
I'm rapping Eric. Hi, everybody. I'm rapping Eric. I'm rapping Eric. Listen to my rhymes when I'm rapping. You can tell what I'm doing. I'm rapping. Yeah, hear that rhyme there, G? I'm rapping Eric. Yeah, that's right. Word. Whoa, you come up to me and you'll say, whoa, man, you rapping. And I'll say, you're right about that for sure, because you know why, because I'm rapping Eric. Oh, you want to hear me rhyme? Well, it's going to be scared and I'll rhyme, because, but you that time, yeah. Oh, I'm rapping Eric. Woo! Have you got all my credit cards? I've got rapping Eric credit cards. Yeah, that's why, because I'm rapping Eric.
Right, that's rapping Eric. I'm not saying that that's a good song. Okay, do not get me wrong. I am not claiming that rapping Eric is good music. So you don't need to point out that, like, I don't listen to that song. Obviously, it's not nearly good enough for me to listen to. It's just what it is. It's super old. It's like one of my earliest productions. I made that entirely with destructive editing and a single stereo track. So remember, one of the reasons why I'm so correct about music is because I've failed in every imaginable way. So I know what failure is. I can recognize it. We're going to find out. Show Media. Show Media wants to know, is this good music? Yeah, that's great. That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. I like it a lot. That's good. It's also a good track, though. If it were just comedy, it wouldn't be able to listen to. I wouldn't be able to listen to it really. Um, well, it's true that there's never a relationship with music that doesn't involve both the music and a person. That's definitely true. So it's the case that we can't clearly articulate those both so we can only articulate things that are universally so. We can't ever negate somebody's subjective experience of music because of that subjective half, and the fact that you can only know about music either via SI or NI, either like what's familiar or like what's good. Um, and and then not everybody has those either of those knowledge functions as an absolute value. So you get like INTP, they're typically going to like a lot of like they countervalue NI. So they're gonna like things like I don't know, King Crimson. But the thing is, remember that regardless of what your subjective half of it is, that when we're objectively correct about music, we're using NI and uh, and we're ignoring all the other components of a person's experience of music. So yeah, I'm objectively right about music, but that doesn't mean it's the right music for you to listen to. No, I don't comment. I just explained how there are two halves of the equation. There's definitely a subjective half, right? But I can't meaningfully, none of us can communicatively, meaningfully inform anything about that subjective half of the experience because it's subjective. Therefore, it's high resolution. There's a limit to which one can communicate about it. We can communicate about it some, but even then, that's not informative to other people, right? The NI part, because that's what NI is. It's an attempt to objectively know without experience, a lot of experience, right? So it's an attempt to know immediately about the external world according to the identity of things as they are in the external world before having, say, without having experienced something comparable before. So if you're knowing music with SI primarily in terms of what you appreciate, then what you appreciate is a lot of stuff that you heard early on in life. And then stuff maybe from your teenage years, you like to revisit bands that you have always liked, like my realtor, right? He's SI fifth. He loves the Grateful Dead and the Rolling Stones and a bunch of stuff that he's older than me. He's like 60. He's like 10 years older than me, 62 maybe. And he likes shit that he liked when he was a teenager. He still likes that, and he has a radio program on a little community radio and plays that same kind of crap that he's always played and liked because he's SI absolute value. So it's easy for him to know the right music for him to listen to, and it's very difficult for him to know because it's fourth slot instrumental value NI for him to know what's objectively good. Right. The fact that somebody doesn't like the Beatles is more informative about the person. It is only informative about the person. Whether or not the Beatles are good is not informed by whether any individual thinks they are good, but instead by the extent to which the Beatles resonate with NI. No, it's not hard for me to know what's objectively good because of a couple of things. Number one, my cognitive function stack means I have NI as an absolute value. Number two, I spent a lot of years actually ideating with a INFJ friend about aesthetics, aesthetic relativism, quality in art. How can it be the case that it's clearly true that some art is definitely better than others objectively, and yet we can't seem to find any consensus about it, and there's this whole beauty in the eye is in the eye of the beholder thing, right? So and then additionally, remember, I've done so much creating of stuff and failed in every way imaginable. So I've been able to experience every way that you can fall short. And that's helped me refine my NI understanding of things. So for people who have SE and FI as absolute values, remember that music is understood not, you can understand it with SE, like by dancing. You can understand it by FI. That's when you like your own shit, regardless of whether it's garbage or not, right? So if I said, "Oh, rapping Eric's so great," that would be FI, and maybe some SI, right? It's like I love it because it's my own farts. That's FI. Okay. Yeah, you can understand music as through any function as an absolute value, and everybody understands music through their function absolute values. But the thing is, music is something that is first and foremost known before anything else, right? You can't deliberate about it. I can't use TI to determine whether a song's good. I can't use FI to determine whether a song's good. If I'm using FI, then it matters whether, like, my friend's band is great because they're my friend. So people might try to determine quality of music with TI and FI, but they will not succeed in determining it that way. It's not that kind of thing. People might try to determine quality of music by interface things. Hey, this singer was so good at interfacing with the audience during the show. That must mean the music is good. But that's not a good way to determine that, right? You might try to determine it by TE things like, hey, these guys are so good at their instruments. Say an INTP with TE fifth might think that prog rock is good because the people play the instruments so well. Even though that's completely insane. It's not a good way to evaluate music, certainly, right? And so, sure, you could try to evaluate it through the frames of SE and NE and be like, well, how different is this from other things? How divergent is it? But that's not a good way to determine music because you can make things infinitely different and weird, and that doesn't make you good. And you could try to determine by SE, like, how much does this make me want to dance? Well, that's fine for like a club or whatever, but that's sort of single purpose usage. It's not determined what's a timeless track. At the end of the day, we know about music if we're engaging it well. Now, we then either know well or know poorly. If we know poorly, we know what we're familiar with, what we've heard before, and what we're comfortable with. If we know well, we know what's objectively good in and of itself. We can't prove that it's objectively good in and of itself, okay? Because quality in art is holistic, it's irreducible. We cannot explain exactly why it's good. It's much easier to explain why something sucks, but it's very difficult to explain why something's great. It has to be right on everything, right? It's like a humming engine. It's not the pistons that cause the engine to hum. It's not the carburetor. It's everything together, right? So what that explanation right there is, everybody should just sort of timestamp that, go back, rewatch that a few times, and understand what I'm saying, okay? Because the reason I'm correct about music is it's not just because I happen to be Eric. I've spent decades trying to be correct about it. You guys haven't. Trying and failing to be correct about it, right? And correcting my failures. Being correct about things doesn't just happen. It's a way of life. It's not anything else. And it's my way of life and matters that matter to me, right? Like, so yeah, I'm going to be super objective about explanations because I'm NETI. And I'm going to be super objective about music because I'm NI absolute value fifth slot and music's outside of me, right? Additionally, because I'm an action type who's an SI front stack, I really need to experience a lot of things to know stuff. Like, I can't activate my NI in a like conscious way. So I've had to do everything wrong in order to fully understand, okay, this is why that's wrong. I've had to write plain songs where they're too wordy. I've got too many lyrics and too fancy words etc. And so, okay, I'm learning like, okay, that's bad. There are exceptions, obviously, always, because music can't follow any clear, distinct rules except for these sort of universal archetypal rules like discover your song and manifest it as with as much integrity to the source as possible and understand music like that. Um, and that's the only way to really move towards making better and better music is to understand it like that. You can't create good music; you have to discover it in the compositional process. And so when you know, if somebody say TE absolute value, they're going to like very constructed music rather than discovered, and that's what they should listen to then. Because remember, there are two halves of the equation: the subjective experience in which everybody is well served to listen to whatever music they like, even if it's bad music objectively. And then there's the objective half, which says, and this is why some people have better taste than others. Like one way to tell if a song is good or not is to sing it a cappella. If you have trouble like remembering, I mean, after you know the song, I mean, so you listen to a song or whatever, and you try singing it a cappella, it should naturally just sort of fall out of you in a complete shape. And you know, oh, that's a well written song. If it's kind of aimless and you're like, where's the melody go here? Why does it just go back here? What's it doing here? Then it's garbage. So it's like Carlos Paiva should sit back and do an a cappella version of that King Crimson song that he recommended. And then he would say, oh yeah, that's a horrible song. I can't sing that song at all. I don't want to sing that song. It's not fun to sing that song. It doesn't feel satisfying at all. There's no oomph to it, right? There's no hook. There's no gotcha kind of. This is great. I can sing. I just want to. There's no. There's no anthemic quality to it. There's no like karaoke-ish quality to it at all. It's not even really a song, right? And even rap songs that are good, they still have that same quality to them where even if you can't remember the words, you can sing them. Like back when Mark Wahlberg was Marky Mark, he used to right? It's like that. So you know, okay, that's a good one. That's good because it's fun to sing. You can it's got a clear identity. It is something specific. It's not just vagary and musicianship exercises. So like, nobody's ever gonna cover that King Crimson song, right? Because nobody wants to hear that, and you'd have to like sort of learn this big TE thing. You can't. There's no way you're gonna pick up a guitar and go, "How does that King Crimson song go?" and you just sort of strum it out. It's not that kind of music, right? It's it's designed to impress, to not to be good. So let it impress and let it not be good. It's not like I'm trying to be divisive. I'm just saying, let's let the various things be what they are. Impressive music is impressive. Socially graceful interface with an audience is socially graceful interface with an audience. Dance music is dance music. Loving your friend's band is your own subjective FI thing. Making crazy weird shit like rapping Eric that's not any good, that's just way too much NE. And like liking what you grew up with, that's SI, and liking what's good is NI. That's the word for it. So let's let things be what they are. Well, sure. Okay, then Carlos Paver. I will evaluate it by what it's trying to do. King Crimson is impressive. It's trying to be impressive, and it is impressive. But it's not good. Just like a lot of modern composers write these crazy, difficult, or avant-garde kind of compositions that nobody wants to hear. People still would rather listen to Mozart any day because it's timeless and great. I agree, Kate. We shouldn't be arguing at that point at all. I have said multiple times, everybody needs to understand there is a subjective half and an objective half to this. And the subjective half is just as important as the objective. What everyone should do is listen to whatever kind of music they enjoy listening to. Okay? That might be their friend's band because they've got an FI attachment to that friend. It might be prog rock because they like stuff that's impressive because they're TE absolute valuing. It might be like um, might also be FE in the sense that you like something that's very cool right now, even though just because it's in, I guess. You have all those things. Everybody should do that. Everybody should. Everybody has no choice but to be according to their absolute values. If I'm an INTP, I have no choice but to value TE stuff and to countervalue NI stuff. And yet, we should remember that only one of the functions links to quality. As to say, good or bad directly. And that's NI. Yeah, sure. I'll listen to there absolutely is no formula for radar. Absolutely. I've said that multiple times. There's no formula. It's a lot easier, much, much easier to explain why something doesn't work well than why it does. I'm not trying to convince you should like the Beatles. I'm telling you the Beatles are great. Well, I mean, I think you're not allowing for the fact that everyone's an art critic, right? Everybody is. Yeah, my criterion is it should sound like something you've heard before without being something you've heard before. I can appreciate all music, but I don't listen to most. Doesn't mean it isn't good, just not for me. But I'm not I'm not the arbiter of music greatness. Yeah, well, you see, Sean Lang, my ex-girlfriend once told. Yeah, I told you I'm down, Carlos. Absolutely. My ex-girlfriend told me one time, and she said, "Eric, you're not the gauge of all knowing." I had to disagree with her. I still do. Okay, so Now I'm going to check out this video. That's pretty good. It's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. The vocals are pretty silly, but at least it's archetypally like you could totally see like hearing that as part of a soundtrack where like people are strapping on their guns and stuff and about to go out to a battlefield and be like, don't, 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 don't. You know, you can sing it. You can't sing the vocals maybe, but you can sing that part at least. It reminds me of this song called "Epitome of Devotion" by Corey. I don't know if I have it up here. I think I do actually. Oh yeah, I do. "Epitome of Devotion." I'll put the link, but I'll play it too. Funny, I kind of forgot about this song. I haven't listened to it in ages. There. So, "Epitome of Devotion." Let's play it though for you anyway. You'll hear the part where it sounds like the other song in a little while.
And you satisfy your soul. No need to jump, cause your butt is on the road. You take the song and you put it in your head. Now come along and observe where you are going. Good job, alright. Don't you know don't be right? Take you to the audience to see your man. Never dropping off your body beside the bed. Nothing at all is the force that brought us here. It's nice to know that this truth is super clear. I've seen it all, so this causes no surprise. Climbing the street and yourself is fortified. You've made the jump.
Satisfying, no. Meow, 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 meow.
You found yourself good into your head. You found somebody 'cause you know you just do.
Ooh, child, high five. Don't you think men are dead or alive? Good track. Like it. Not great. It's not paced particularly well, you know. And a lot of people have problems with that pacing. Corey's no exception. No, that's not me. That's Corey. That's a Computadora song. That's not my song. You need to expand your music taste, Eric. It is very specific. I mean, I don't want to expand it because the reason it's so narrow is I only listen to the very best things. Like I like that track fine, but I wouldn't listen to it. It's not on a playlist or anything. I mean, well, if you please do at least listen to it on ads from the link, not just via the phone speakers, you know, because you're not going to get an accurate understanding of what it sounds like from the phone speakers. The point is, I thought it was. I don't like repetitive things, and I listen to most tracks I listen to, or a lot of them anyway, are under 3 minutes, under three even. So like, I think this song's called like "Bills Paid" or "Pay Your Bills" or something, and it's by Baby No Money, and it's like a minute and a half. But then I do listen to some long songs too. It's just that to pull off being a longer track, you've really gotta do great work continually. A, a, a musical artist that's operating optimally is aware at all times of how much of the user's attention needs to be afforded something ongoing and when it needs to be afforded change and what kind of change. So it's an incredibly delicate and precise craft to make a track because you know maybe at a minute 45 it's perfect, at 2 minutes it's too long, or maybe if you're like eat sleep brave repeat, you need a full 6 minutes and you don't waste a second of it. But the thing is, almost nobody who's making good music uses a strategy of I'm going to not waste a second of 6 minutes and keep people's attention for that entire time with by being compelling that entire time. It's very difficult, and most good songs or compositions don't naturally lend themselves to that kind of length. So I'm absolutely willing to listen to a long song as long as it's great throughout. The Prof song Squad Goals is like almost 5 minutes long. I love that track. I believe I listened to Mike Oldfield before. Let me listen. That's great. Who liked that, Conan? Great job, Conan. You get a wonder point for that link to that thing that I was just listening to. That was not Mike Oldfield, though. I'll tell you that. I like it though. Okay, it was some sort of like somebody sampling a bunch of voices from films and making a cool beat. It's good length. It's great. I'm not angry with you at all, Justin. Why would I be angry with you? I will listen to Greta Van Fleet. Yeah, I will listen to it right now, Big Dog Mofo. Okay, I'm gonna listen to it right this second. Do you have a specific song you recommend? Let me see what specific song you recommend. What Coleman linked to is this song called Forget. This video called Forget by Pogo. I think it's YouTube Kids, actually. It's great, though. I like it a lot. All right, now, which song are you recommending um, from Greta Van Fleet? I need to know which song you're recommending. Or I'll just play this one, the first one that pops up here, Highway Tune. I'm going to check it out, Highway Tune. As I see a quick recommendation. So, okay, that's like what you call a good rock band, but it's not. It's not what I would listen to. It's not that song anyway is not as a composition good enough to make me listen to it. Even though they're a very good rock band, they remind me of Led Zeppelin a lot. Actually, it sounds a lot like Led Zeppelin, which is not bad. Uh, it's not easy to be a good rock band, and they're definitely that. I like there's this uh what's that band called? Listen, because I want to. You know that song? That band is a good rock band. Probably a little better than the band that Greta Van Fleet. Um, they like that band. That song I just sang is on Chappie Tracks. Because I want to. All right. I'll share that song in a second. That's what I would say is a better version of Greta Van Fleet. But Greta Van Fleet is like they're doing everything except writing good songs. And they're avoiding terrible songwriting. So pretty good. You can't just be like quite that conventional in your blues songwriting and make my list, no matter how Like they do a great job of producing a rock band sound. Kind of like a cross between AC/DC and Led Zeppelin. I liked AC/DC a lot when I was a kid. I still like some of their stuff. We got some good shit, you know. Not really something I actively listen to, but deserving of respect. You know, like living is I, living free. A season ticket on a one-way ride. Asking nothing, leave me be. Meow, 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 meow. Don't need rhythm, don't need rhyme. No matter what I wanna do. Going down, party time. My friends are gonna be there too. I'm on a highway to hell. Highway to hell. It's a good track. And like the whole Back in Black album is quite a it's rather a masterwork. Back in Black, that album. And the crazy thing is it was made after the main guy in AC/DC, or I thought was the main guy, died. Back in Black is better than like Highway to Hell as an album, better than Dirty D's Done Dirt Cheap. Like it's so anthemic, dude. You can probably hear it in your head right now. The beginning of Back in Black, you know. Back in Black. I hate the sack. I ain't gone. I'm glad to be back. Got loose from the noose. That's got me hanging around again. Running me high. Because I never died. 9 lives, cat's eyes. Been in a got time because I'm bad. That's a fucking epic way to begin an album. Back in Black, I should really give more credit to AC/DC. They're pretty badass. Like, oh, that album was also "Have a Drink on Me," "Hell's Bells," "Shoot for Thrill," "Shoot for Thrill," "Way to Kill," and nobody been around. The fact that I can remember and sing like 5 songs, probably, or 6 songs off that album is proof positive that that's a pretty fucking great album. Even though I haven't listened to it in years, you know. I haven't listened to the whole album. I listened to individual tracks from it, baby. Yeah, I know. Well, and the thing is, Sean Lang, your voice gets a little bit lower as you get older. Like, I was trying to sing along a little bit with Rap and Eric. Could never even dream of hitting those notes now. They don't even mumble like Nirvana. So did anybody note what that song that I was singing was called? The one about like by that other band that's kind of like Jump's a pretty good song. I will. I will listen to it in full later on. In fact, I left it up in a tab so I could do that, along with Everyday Normal Guy. Another one I left open in a tab. Those are the only 2 I've left open in a tab. So, just goes to show you. Sting. Yeah, sure, I'll check out Ogre Water. I'm always down to find any good new music. I'm not somebody who's stuck in what they already know. I want to be relevant. I want to be up to date and like all the good shit that's new. I already like it. Okay. I probably will take it off, but I temporarily put it on Chappy Tracks. It's a little long, but I like it a lot. It's great. It's very good. Congratulations, Mr. Fox. You earned a Wonder Point. You've earned a Wonder Point. Today's not Wednesday, so point values aren't doubled, but it's still pretty good job to get a Wonder Point. You can't stand ACDC. There are some bad ACDC stuff out there, sure, but Back in Black's definitely a pretty great album. Anyway, I wanted to share with you guys that rock band that's kind of like Greta Van Fleet. Um, a certain song, but I can't quite remember what it is, so I'm going to try to find it here on Chappy Tracks. Currently, except for all like the 1, 2, 3, 4 songs, except for Water, the top of the playlist are all Baby No Money. One bit of a Baby No Money kick right now. It's really good. But my favorite song that I've been introduced to, probably in the last several months, maybe, is PPAP, Pen Pineapple Apple Pen. I really like that song a lot. I also like The Best Expert in a Dying Field a lot. That's a really good song. Gives me goosepimples even. Um, what's it called? Where is it? What am I looking for? Well, here's a good rock band song that I like. This is not the one I was looking for, but I'm going to put it here anyway. We're looking for, specifically here, good rock band songs. They're like straight up rock, you know. That's a good one. But the one I was looking for that sounds like, where is it? It sounds like that band. I don't have it on this playlist. I sworn I did. Maybe I took it off. I like that song. I wouldn't have taken it off. Well, I am unable to find it. So, oh, The Hives. That's what it is. Here it is. I found it. Hate to say I told you so. What's CKY? All right, I'm gonna listen to CKY now. It's pretty good. It's uh it's a cool riff. It's it's cool guitar stuff. The vocals just don't really take advantage of what's there. But it's trying to do too much with style and too little with substance. But overall, the guitar sounds good. I love the tone on the guitar, and I do like that link. Yeah, it's very SE. Look up David Bedford Sirens. Needs a careful listen. Well, I mean, I'm gonna listen to some bit of it, and I'll inform you what I think about it. And it may be sometimes that okay, actually, yeah, I'm gonna need to listen to that more. I don't really not really sure yet. Sometimes that happens, but usually not. Well, it's already asking way too much patience of me. Um, I I just don't. I'm not gonna afford an artist. I'm not gonna let him be that rude to me. It's extremely rude to your listener to 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 not even convey whether you're gonna have a point for like a minute or two is ridiculous. How many days have passed like this? James Day is here again. Let me guess, James Day, you want to talk about someone's pungent ring piece. I've heard that song before, Smoko by the Chats. It's in fact, it was on my one of my playlists for a while. Uh, I took it off. I don't remember why, but yeah, I know that song. Let me listen to it again, see what it sounds like. Forget what it sounds like. Yeah, it's cool, but it just doesn't quite do enough. The Pixies. I was a big Pixies fan back in the day. This is what the chat smoker reminds me of. Check out this one. I just recently put that on my playlist. I like it because it's this British chick who's doing this diss rap, and it's like not very well produced, and but she's somehow killing it anyway. And like she's not perfect, she's not, yeah, but It's wonderful anyway. I that link I just put. Hi, Hunters Locomotives. Does Eric like Keep on Knocking by Death? Yeah, that's a great Fleetwood Mac song. I agree. It's not something I would necessarily listen to, but it is a great song. I can sing it right now. Okay, let's check this one out. This is called Death by Keep on Knocking 1976. That's interesting. It's good, but it's a little repetitive. You know, I like it, but it doesn't do enough. Calling All the Heroes song is right up your alley. Calling All the Heroes. I'm gonna check that out. Then I'll check out the one you recommend there, Cone Man. Okay. Let me check out Calling All the Heroes. Let me see what it sounds like. No. No, Mr. Fox. Absolutely not. If it's the song that I just played, definitely not. Is this from like 1982 or something? Oh, goodness. Supergrass Moving. Check this one out. No, it just doesn't. It doesn't do enough. It's not good. Um, Reminds me of the pain I might leave behind. Rock music lacks balls these days. No, I don't know much about music. Good, ain't it, Foxy? I've seen zero squirrels this morning. It's making me nervous. Do you think they're on strike? Maybe they're on strike. Maybe they're demanding more sunflower seeds and fewer peanuts. Dreams do die fast. Same with rainbows. I want you all to remember something very important. Rainbows never last very long. And I want to sing you a song I wrote about this. Rainbows never last very long. And rainbows always white, never wrong. What do you think? What do you guys think? Around the World by RHCP? Or is it Like Around the World by RHCP? Let's find out. Oh, Red Hot Chili Peppers? No, thank you. I don't like the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I like one of their songs. He sent that Heroes song. Who did? What did Chris Chapin suggest I listen to? Arcade Fire One Main Song. I'll check that one out. Sure. As long as we're taking suggestions and listening to shit. 6:20? You've got to be kidding me. Are you serious? 6 minutes and 20 seconds? So terrible. Big Dog Mofo, I am sorry. That may be the worst song of the day. That is absolutely terrible. You know, if anyone wants to listen to an absolutely terrible song, listen to Arcade Fire. Oh wait, no, he changed it. No, Arcade Fire, Wake Up. Arcade Fire, Funeral. No, Wake Up. Okay, I'll try. I'll try Wake Up. The first song that I tried was so terrible. I can't believe how terrible it was. Oh my god, it's also terrible. You know, Arcade Fire reminds me of Kings of Leon, which is just an unspeakably bad band. They're not as bad as Kings of Leon. Yeah, well, of course I like Yoshi, of course. Jimmy, bam, 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 bam. The Moon and the Night Spirit, Os Forest. I'll give it a shot. Since we're playing, listen to music today, I guess. Oh God, no, 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 man with a great machete. Do not start. That is not as horrible. Arcade Fire has some great songs. Probably didn't hold to Eric on Eric's standard, but so good. Yeah, Yoshimi's great. I don't see any. He just brings a bunch of Japanese restaurants. All right, Manic Street Preachers: A Design for Life. No, absolutely not. It's just, it's like the changes and stuff are too extroverted intuition, right? Like he's purposely choosing odd, non-intuitive melodic changes and stuff. And then the chorus is too familiar. It's not it doesn't it's like it balances things wrong. In the verse, it's constructed too much, it's not discovered. And then the chorus is more discovered, but it's not a good discovery. So bro, you look like Tom Cruise. I do. I look so much like Tom Cruise. Hi, Casey White. Bye, Hunters. Sleep well. She's likely like ASPD or something. What's ASPD? The Ass Police Department? She's part of the Ass Police Department. Tidal wave rushing on and on. Is that a song you want me to listen to? K. Is that a song? I'll have to Google it and see. I guess not. All right, so I am taking suggestions for music. We'll listen to them on the headphones, see what I think. Ice Spice. No. I would Google it. Po Aton says Ice Spice. Let me check out Ice Spice. Listen to Deli now. I just listened to the one that she just put out. It's pretty good, but it's like Dominic Young Unique does this better. It's just uh, it's it's mid, you know. It's pretty mid. It's not. Try the General by Dispatch. Okay, I will try it. The General by Dispatch. For those of you who are just arriving, what we're doing is I'm taking music suggestions, listening to them, and telling you what I think about them. Dispatch by the General. 407 makes me a little concerned, but we'll see. This is from an album from 1997. Okay, it's good, but not good enough. That's the bottom line. Another Love by Tom Odell. Okay, I'll check it out. It's good, but not good enough. For one thing, it's way too extroverted intuition. It's like, okay, put your extroverted intuition back in your pants already. I have to tell myself to do that plenty of times as well. I'm not saying they should be condemned for their failure, just that it's failure. Another Love by Tom Odell. And it's kind of overwrought. Uh, Oh God. Okay, could you be any more serious and like, oh God, I'm Tom Odell, and romance is so important. Yeah, it's super whiny. Like, whiny is exactly the word for it, come man. Could you whine anymore? Could you be more of a little bitch, Tom Odell? Meryl Bainbridge, Mouth. Official video, 1994. It's it's okay. I just it's okay, but it just doesn't whatever. PPAP is great. Everybody should listen to PPAP. Pen Pineapple Apple Pen. Sit on my face, Wheeler Walker Jr. Okay. Listen, Wheeler Walker Jr., I'm not gonna sit on your face. I like I mean I love how it's produced. The guitar sounds great, the drums sound great. I like the title of his album too. Fuck you, bitch. All time greatest hits. Well, oh God. No, thank you, Mr. Fox. No, thank you. Okay. Looking for AT&T coverage interruption cause as well. Executives are pissed at AT&T. Huh. Didn't know. Where are you working? I've seen you somewhere like, is that a song? I don't know what that is. Saya Flames. Listen to Kiss Me Through the Phone by Soulja Boy. Okay. Thank you, whoever said that thing. Quiet says, I've seen your performance. You are good. Thank you, Quiet. I appreciate it. All right. Soldier Boy, Kiss Me Through the Phone, featuring Sammy. I know this song. It is a good song. I like it. Kiss me. Yeah, that's a good song. I like it. You don't like that song? I mean, it's not great, but you should check out "Get to the Freaking Chorus" by Ruben R. That is that a song you wrote? That would be a great song to write. It would just be like, I'd sing a little bit more verse, but get to the chorus already right now. you know, it's the verse is just like 4 bars, and then the chorus goes on and on. Listen to Baby Shark. Welcome to Parents' House by Ninja Sex Party. I'm gonna listen to Parents Alan Parsons Project. Cone Man, you are you are barking up the very wrong tree. All right, welcome to My Parents' House by NSP. All right, well, it's just a one joke, and it's not a very good song, and whatever. I know the song "Down Under" by Men at Work. It's a good song. I like it. I was a huge Men at Work fan when it first came out when I was like in elementary school. I thought they were the absolute best. I'm music, play instruments. Milan Pascom U Adderall gay remix. Warning, this is highly offensive. Oh wait, that's Spotify. I don't have Spotify. Where can I listen to it though? Is it by Das Gas Dom 3? Videos. All right, finally I was able to get to it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so if anybody who I've not I'm not gonna give you a wonder point for that one. Sorry, Kate. Big timers still fly. Fine, I'll check that out. If anybody who's not shared a song with me and wants to share a song or hasn't shared much a song that they want me to check out, want has something in mind, please do share it so I can include you as well before I transition from this activity. Big timers still fly, huh? I like this a lot. Gator boots with pimped out Yankee suits. It's good. I like it. No one fucks like Gaston. Hmm. Having trouble finding it. I can't find it, Ruben. Can you put out the link for me? Or is that just a joke? Like, it's actually not such a song. It's just you joking about that Beauty and the Beast song. Okay. I didn't get that joke because I'm not that familiar with Beauty and the Beast. All right, I'm going to go. Oh, She's Too Tight by Liam Kazar. Okay, this is the last one I'm going to listen to right now before I go outside for a health tube. If you had said, like, check out a whole new Fucks Like Gaston by the official Aladdin combination, Beauty and the Beast soundtrack, I still probably would have been confused. But so far, I like it. It's well produced, that's for sure. I like it so far. I like it. It's good. I'm not sure if it. I have to get to the chorus though. Let me see. It's good, but I'm not sure it's great. But I have to listen to that one more. That one, I'm not ready to provide a assessment on yet. It needs more listening. Occasionally, that'll happen. Ben Howard, Three Tree Town. Okay, we're gonna try that one next. Like I told you, Chris Chavin, it is already very narrow. I like things that are spectacular. Ben Howard's Three Tree Town. And then I got to have a health tube. Okay. It's too it's too much affect or something. It's too any. It's not surprising you like it. It's very any. I mean, it's like it's nicely produced. It's kind of like cool uh coffee shop music or whatever, but I don't know. Too much of him for me. Ideally, I like stuff where the it's not it's not really so much an expression of any person, right? You don't get a lot of the person's personality in the music. Now there are plenty of exceptions to this, but um, by and large, I like kind of a flat affect, in terms of, or like energy or whatever. But one thing that I'll pretty consistently get turned off by is um, what I would call like INFP window sitting music. INFP window sitting music is like this. I was sitting by the window. It was raining, and I was sad. It's like INFP window sitting music. That's what Ben Howard is, or whatever that thing that Lucy suggested was. It's classic INFP window sitting music. You might call it shoegazer music, So it's more folky, got more of an acoustic guitar element to it. You know what, Lou? I also got to tell you, I'm sorry about the following thing. I cued you that I was not going to listen to another song. I was going to go outside and smoke a cigarette, and you operated accordingly. And then I pulled the rug right out from under you by listening to the song you put anyway. So that's my bad. And fuck me and the horse I rode in on. Well, Ruben, I can tell you this title of this particular live stream is predicated largely on our conversation or what you said yesterday about how the title's not good or whatever. So I tried to come up with a title that I thought hit on those criteria you mentioned. What do you think? Give me your grade of this title. F, Eric. You get an F. It stands for failure. That's how shitty your title is. Aw, but I was hoping to get affirmation and praise from you, Ruben. Too fucking bad, Eric. Maybe try to do a better job next time. Aw, okay. That's how I predict this conversation will go. Ooh, what you say? That you only meant well. Well, of course you did. What you say? It's all for the best. Of course it is. The only reason I got into like singing the song or I found that song or at all is because of that Saturday Night Live skit or called Dear Sister, where they take turns shooting each other. Every time somebody shoots somebody, that song plays. What you say? What you wanna hear? Well, of course you did. Ooh, what you say? That is such a genius skit. I'm so impressed with it. I bet that curly haired guy wrote it. The guy who wrote Throw It on the Ground, which is a funny song. And so I threw it on the ground. I believe he was also responsible in part for Lazy Sunday. It's the Chronic What of Narnia, that song. Red Vines and Mr. Pibb are super delicious. 6, no, 8, no, 10, Baker's dozen. 6, no, 8, no, 12, Baker's dozen. That's a good song. With Chris Parnell as one of the two people in it. But perhaps my all-time favorite Saturday Night Live song is "Dick in a Box" with Justin Timberlake. That's so funny. It's such a perfect like example of like boy band things. Like, I'm sure Justin Timberlake wrote that, and he did a great job of writing it, and it's hilarious, you know. It's my dick in a box. My dick in a box, girl. Really good song. Chris Parnell is funny. Local eclectic, I no longer live in Los Angeles. Will you stop sending me texts, please? Just be real and positive, Michael. Who's Michael? Let me see who Michael is. Dear Michael, how are you today? My name is Eric. I am writing you today to say, how are you today? It's about men's shoes and socks. I start my new job tomorrow. I'm nervous. Men's fashion. Oh, well, you'll do great. I'm sure you'll do great. Shut up your face. Joe Dolce is great. Who's Joe Dolce? Dick in a Box is a song by the American comedy group The Lonely Island featuring American singer Justin Timberlake. The trio, Andy Samberg, Akiva Schaffer, and Jorma Taccone, co-wrote the song with Timberlake, Barnes, and Azah Taccone. Huh. Which are you? Love, passion, or... Okay. Thank you for the feedback there. I will try that. I'll try more of those ... ones. I think it's okay, but still doesn't leave an unanswered question in mind. All right, I'll try that more next time. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. Joe Dolce stopped Ultravox having a UK #1. Joe Dolce is an American-Australian singer-songwriter, poet, and essayist. Dolce achieved international recognition with his multi-million-selling song, Shut Up Your Face. I will listen to Shut Up Your Face. Shut up your face. Then I'm not going to listen to any more songs. Maybe I'll play a song or two and wrap it up at that point, but it's been a long stream. What is this? That's pretty funny. What's the matter, you? You up for a three-way, K? Come man, that's very forward of you. Very, very forward. But at least you asked, I guess, sort of politely. Oh, I see. KE says it's not gay when it's in a three-way. What's not gay in a three-way? I'm a mother lover. You're a mother lover. We can F each other's mother. You like mother lover better. I don't like mother lover as well. I am familiar with it though. I think that was a Cone Man suggestion, so he deserves your comment more than I do. Who does? Lou? Wait, what was the suggestion of Cone Man? Are you a model? Yes, I am. I'm a model for all of mankind. Hashtag blessed. Hashtag blessed by three ways. That's what you should put, KE, as your on your Facebook page. Hashtag double teamed. I'm gonna get a guitar. I'll be right back. That shot up your face song is so silly. What's the matter, you? What a silly song. I'm not gonna play much, but I'm just gonna play a couple songs here. I'm not gonna play a cover of Shot After Your Face. I'm sorry. I just refuse to do it. Maybe that makes me a bad person, I'm not sure. You pesky poop. I gotta screw that screw in on this bottom peg again. It's coming out. Get on there. There. Good. The only aliens are at the borders and inside the country. I didn't know we were talking aliens. Okay, I like aliens. I see. I've actually known that about her for a while. I was kind of stalking her Instagram and pictures of her, pretty explicit pictures of her with some grays. All right. There are no aliens except at the border. Those Canadians disrupting order. There are no grays except for vagaries that aren't black and white. All those UAPs you see are terrestrial in origin. They don't have aliens flying around inside. That's what that guy thinks anyway. Alright, I'm going to play a song or two, like I said, and call it a wrap. So let's go to the old setlist Bobette list and see what pops up. I think I will play Sammy has a story that needs to be told. I don't really have a title, Sammy song, or agency outpaces, way too young, maybe. I'm not sure. Well, Sammy is a story that needs to be told, and this is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jeb and turned 19, 4 years and 3 kids weaned, weary now and questioning the path. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is rarely just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20 thought bourbon fun, and likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. She married up Jeb, turned 19, 4 years and 3 kids weaned, weary now and questioning the path. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is rarely just oppression, offer you incentives but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked out the kids, lock 'em up with extra dexedrine, mathematics to produce success, or impose more unjust duress. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is rarely just oppression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's rarely just oppression by parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying while they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, let's feed upon the futures of the young. I didn't play it that well, but it was fine. It was fine and also horribly inadequate at the same time. I'm gonna play this one now. On the slower side, maybe. What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan? Is a terrible man? Is he sort of like Jill, who can't pay her bill? Or rather like Jack, too stuck on the facts? What's the matter with Sue? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the matter with Bryn? Is she living in sin? She's been hanging with Jim. He's looking terribly thin. What's the deal with Frank stealing fish from my tank? He's colluding with you, and they're talking to Lou. What's wrong with the ladies? What's the matter with men? When the feelings of Katie to the coldness of Sven. They talk about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days still spill out the overwatered past, and whoever's left it's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. Are you angry at Ken or at Neville again? Don't bother with Kev, he's practically dead. Just focus on Bert, he's medium hurt. What's the quantity for Liz? He's failed quiz. What's the matter with Drew? Will she know what to do when they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity when she talks about you whenever we go walking? Paths that lead to lesser days, paths that lead to lesser days, still spill at the overwatered past. Still okay, just tie the sails to the mast. 'Cause each of us have much and gravely sinned. Throw up the hands, stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again. Time's gone will never be again. So much for playing it slow. Play it very fast. Oh well, such is life. Amelia, go from this place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then, moving sideways in the space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see that you and I will never be? Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the, too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia. Okay. Pretty good, as they say in the pretty good business. I'll try to play Pucker Tart from memory. We're going to give it a shot. Oh, well, he's Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international, the life's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like Cam Man. Also busy like his friend the beaver bee, busiest creature, busy as a bee, and busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. Yes, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-da-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-doo-ba-day. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's Pucker Tart and not Pucker Sweet. Well, he's Pucker Tart, lemon squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till he sees you again. Pucker Tart. Thank you. I was called Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. It was a song I wrote just as an a cappella song first, and then I figured out the chords to it. Kind of like Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty also began life as an a cappella song. I wrote out the rest of it. I'm going to play now, actually. I'm going to play this one kind of slow. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, is such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you. Don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray! That's a wonderful, wonderful kitty. It's about my other cat, not this horrible kitty. We love him very much, but he's a horrible kitty. My other kitty is a wonderful kitty. Now I'm going to play 100,000 million years ago. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A hole of slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. Oh, when the slope appears in charge today. Options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody had to show. Place the slabs below. Let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. A hole of slabs come to view. Unchangingly true and eternally new. Oh, when the slope appears in charge today. Options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. That's a good song. That's a really good song. I like it a lot. I'm proud of that song. It's one of my greatest songwriting accomplishments. What this song does in it is, this song does a lot of stuff. Like the verse is very straightforward. It's just two chords back and forth. Then the sort of pre-chorus, it goes, like G minor, B flat, G minor, B flat, D, E flat, F, G minor, F, A, D. That's the pre-chorus. It's a very odd construction. And then the chorus, E flat, B flat, F, C minor, G minor, B flat, F, E flat, B flat, F, C minor, G minor, B flat, A, D. That's more straightforward, right? But the way it all seems together, I don't know. I know it's a good song because for all the parts that I wrote recently, which is not the verse is actually from a different song from a long time ago. It was 100,000 million years ago. But then the rest of it is written long after I wrote that verse. And the only part of the song I'm not 100% satisfied with is the verse, in the sense that it's a little wordy. It's a lot wordy. But other than that, I think, wow. Where did that come from? How did I write that song? How did I write that? I have no idea, And that's a good sign when you feel like you have zero clear understanding of your own creative process when something has been made. It's a good sign. It's like, oh, really for me, it means I must be accessing my unconscious functions that I need to access in order to do this well. The slope presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. To turn around, and that's the better course. Was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. It's fucking great. Spectacular. I love it so much. It's important to remember, though, that for every song I write that I'm happy with, there's like 50 that I'm not happy with. Well, it's a nice day in the neighborhood here. Let's look down the hill. You just want to like roll down that hill, right? I'm not going to. I don't even really walk down the hill because, well, I never have my boots on, you know. I'm always in flip-flops, so you get little stickers in your socks. But it certainly is an inviting hill, right? Kind of hill that just makes you go like, oh, what a nice hill. I could go down this hill. I could go to this little log here. Despite being a very inviting hill, I can tell you for sure, the Tommy slippers and socks are not suitable. They're just completely unsuitable for this operation. Right? At least if I ever had my barefoot Tommy slippers, my feet wouldn't slide around on them so much. As it stands, with these shoes on, I'm going to have trouble making it back up to the top of the hill. Nobody tell YouTube I'm smoking, okay? YouTube doesn't like it. Oh, I like this rock. This is the kind of rocks that make up our little walking path here. I'm not sure what kind of rock it is, but see these rocks here? It's one of these kind of rocks. I don't think it came from up here, though. It doesn't look like there's a piece missing somewhere. This is accounted for by this. Why would it be down there, you know? I could make it into part of the path. I could find a spot for it. I could put it right here. There. What do you think? Good spot for it? That's a good spot for it. But my favorite part of this path is right here where there's this moss. I like moss a lot. Moss is like, oh, it's a moist, healthy place. It's like a fern grotto around here. That's what I think about moss. Moss is like a fern grotto. A fern grotto under your feet. Isn't that nice how the moss goes between the crack there like that? I like that. That's why they call me Randy Moss, NFL receiver. Okay, fine. Nobody calls me Randy Moss, NFL receiver. But that's beyond, that's not the point here. Sorry. I've got other points to make. Well, this has been a good stream. We've gotten a lot of attendees over the course of almost 5 hours. Some of you people have been here like almost or the whole time, basically, which is crazy to me. I can understand myself live streaming for 4 hours, almost 5 hours. But to be perfectly honest, I cannot understand anybody else paying attention for that long. I certainly have never spent 5 hours on someone else's live stream before. I almost tried to join Taylor's stream this morning. He had one guy he was talking to, but I figured he'd probably been up all night. It was probably the end of the night. Maybe it wasn't a great time, so I said, nah, I'll just start a stream of my own. Mostly because I didn't see the link posted right off the bat in there for me to join, so I was just like, fark it. Fark it with my farking stick. I can't really read this right now, but I can a little bit. Let's see. Actually, it's fine. My eyes are okay right now. There's a lot of muscles in your foot. If you move carefully, you can do it. Well, I did do it. The problem isn't the lack of foot muscles. It's that these tatami slippers, this hay or whatever it is very slippy with socks on. So my shoes keep moving around as I'm trying to walk on the hill. I don't like running. Weights are fine. Cardio sucks. Cardio's like kind of unpleasant, but I think it's the only thing that actually matters. I don't think muscles matter, but it's good to not get winded easily, you know? I get winded pretty easily, but I smoke a lot of smokes. Health tubes 1, health tube 2, health tube 3. Occasionally I'll even mix a little bit of unofficial health tube 4 in there. Sprinkle a little Adderall on top of a bowl. I don't usually do it, but every once in a while. Because it's kind of a waste of Adderall, basically. Oh, I feel another poop coming. You guys have done your job twice today. Granted, it took you like 4 hours after the first time, but still, that's okay. The work got done, the goal got achieved, I have to poop again. That's going to prolong this stream for the duration of this trip to the bathroom, for however long it takes to evacuate my bowels of their residence. I need to evacuate them because there's a typhoon coming. And I'm afraid that it will wash them all away with winds and water. That's a good reason to evacuate something. I need you people to evacuate right now. Why? A typhoon's coming. We don't even get typhoons here. Trust me, I saw it. It's on its way. Are you sure you're not just thinking about the monsoon? Because I do expect some monsoon rains any time now, but why don't we get any monsoons here in the United States? Why does only like India get to have monsoons? Isn't weather supposed to be an equal opportunity employer? Everybody can have monsoons if they want. Is El Nino California's monsoon? Or atmospheric river conditions? Is that the same thing as monsoon? You know what I always say? It may be a monsoon, but it's not monsoon enough. That is what I always say. I'm constantly saying that. I just can't help it. I've got monsoon Tourette's. So, what do you want to talk about? Monsoons. Okay. I normally don't get patients who want to talk about that. Well, you're a psychologist, aren't you? Yes. Well, I want to talk about monsoons. Why? Because I think it's unfair that we don't get any. And I'm mad about it. Why do you want monsoons so badly, Eric? Because it's got a cool name. Monsoon. Okay, so I want you all to remember this. Love hurts. Who wants to be a mermaid? Am I jealous of mermaids? Yeah. After all, mermaids have a much greater capacity to lure sailors into the ocean than I do. I agree. Heavy weight, low reps for muscle density, plus fun and pool. I am a big believer in naturally occurring exercise. So I got good exercise the other day when I did water push. Got me breathing hard. That's great. That way I'm not just exercising for the point of exercising. Nobody wants to do that because exercise is boring. And that's one to grow on. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this up now. Thank you all for being here. I bet I got great views on this stream. We got a decent number of people consistently. We were steady at around 20, which is great. So I'm excited about the growth of the channel, the sudden shift from completely stagnant to moving forward again. Makes me feel enthusiastic about things. So anyway, thanks for being here. Love you all. See you later.